Hello. Thanks for the happy birthday. Hello, everybody. What's up? Hello, everybody. What the hell? Alright, well. What's up, Council? What's up, man? What's up, Mystic?
Yeah.
Thanks, SoPro, for the 5 months. What's up? It's going alright.
Keep up.
Dude. What's up, Annoyance?
I've got.
Today's Saturday now, right? Yeah.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Callie. Appreciate it, man. Man, this is the worst time of the year. Just fucking allergies, man. I'm avoiding going outside. I'm still feeling it.
What?
Yeah, it came a little bit late this year because the outdoors are just so, like, cold. But, yeah.
Keep up.
It does suck. Why is this still happening? Alright, thanks, man. What's up, boss?
Ready, kids?
What's up, Baba? Have a good night, dude.
What?
Yeah, I just woke up. Long stream yesterday. Happy Friday, kind of. Even though it's not Friday for me anymore. Yo, what's up, dude? Welcome back. We're all just fucked up. Yeah, I did actually. I slept pretty well. It's a shitty cycle we're on at the moment. I probably would have been on time today if it weren't for that. I was a good boy. I was on stream at 7 p.m. yesterday. Yeah, don't worry, the VOD will be up soon. Got some classics. It was bad. It's definitely the worst 3D SpongeBob of at least my childhood. That game is really, really bad. Yeah, you just collect shit the entire time. Alright, well, you have a good night. What's up, Bump? How's it going?
What?
Yeah, an actual game.
Keep up!
Well, I'm not going to start my stream with that. But yeah, I didn't get paid. It's alright. I didn't want to play it anyway.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
He was offering. But I declined. Because it was too late. I won't start my stream past midnight because I gotta like draw the line somewhere, you know.
What?
Don't wash it every day.
Keep up.
I don't know, I'm not an expert. I just kind of didn't cut it. I don't use like a hair dryer. I don't use like products. I just shampoo it like once every few days.
I've gone.
I don't know. Yo, good evening. Thanks for the good luck, guys. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I know why I stayed up and did that, but like, why? It definitely helps because I just spent like $900 on a new graphics card. But like, why? That's fucking terrible. This is the worst run ever performed. I knew it had nothing to do with me being tired. It never does. We're just getting ready to go. Oh, it's too late for that. I woke up too late. We already played a scary game last night. I'm sorry. Ugh. Yeah, it felt good. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Nope. You don't do that, nope.
Nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
The big difference is, I mean, it's an entirely different engine. The biggest difference is that they don't share any of the same code. They're literally entirely different games. There aren't like patch notes, they're just different games. To do what? I'm not speedrunning other shitty SpongeBob games. No. I'm not committing myself to that. The games have zero similarities in terms of physics and movement. Like, they're like entirely different.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory.
I mean, like, Lights Camera Pants was never really a speedrun. It was just like, you know, playing through the game normally with a timer. I speedran Rehydrated for a little bit, but yeah. Obviously, we weren't planning on doing that forever. A remaster for this game was never happening. Like, we're lucky we got a remake. Like, extremely lucky, honestly. Yeah, the fact that it's playable on Steam is really big.
Are you ready, kids?
Cosmic Shade can be amazing or horrible, and it would still be the same to me. Like, it's just a game, you know? Like, I don't take it that seriously. I don't know, I'm gonna have fun with it no matter what, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, it got more people to take interest in the original for sure.
What?
People are aware of the game now. They're aware that it exists.
Keep up!
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Like, we joke about rehydrated, but like, it's really not bad. It's okay. But okay is just like not good enough when we're talking about this game, you know?
I've gone down.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, the environments don't really blend together well. Did you notice that the sand in Sand Mountain is just copy and pasted from Goo Lagoon?
I can't hear you!
But for some reason, the Sandmen, like the Snowmen characters, are white sand. Despite being on top of the yellow sand. Yeah, it's just the level also doesn't have this snowy effect either. Just the same default effect as the other levels.
Hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
What?
What, you got 100% without remembering 100%ing it? That's a glitch. It doesn't count how many spatulas you got in the file. It counts how many spatulas you got in total. So if you get 50 spatulas in one file and 50 spatulas in another file, you get 100%. Good game. Did you ever try a speedrun? Did you ever like do a 2 spatula speedrun?
What?
Because all those would count. Yeah, the coding logic in that game is like, extremely flimsy. It's like sea needle, for example. It's like clear. It's like every time you clear a wing of the sea needle, it counts up to 1. It counts up by 1. When the counter hits 3, you get the reward. So just clear the same wing 3 times. It's just so stupid, dude. Robo Sandy. After X number of attacks, she'll do the pouncing attack. So you just get her to attack and whiff like 3 times. Yeah, the logic is just like very bad.
What?
I'm just as bad as I was last night. It had nothing to do with me being tired. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't
There'd be no point of a category like that because nobody would play it. It'd be arbitrary as fuck. Like, showing 100%, you could just cheat to do that. Are you talking about a Steam achievement run for Rehydrated? I don't know. I don't know how you measure that. You know, you can only get that achievement once. Right? I'm pretty sure. What, the wheel shit? Like 9 or 10. Probably. What's up, Sasquatch?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, it's a Steam achievement thing. It's like collect 100 spatulas. Friday today, the things keep going the way they're going now, but I'll put faith in the fact that I'm not warmed up.
What?
It was Revenge of the Flying Dutchman.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Doing the same 33 spatulas and then 34 3 times. Doesn't sound cool at all, it just sounds boring as fuck. And like I said, it's a Steam achievement. It's not like it's like showing you 100 in the game. It's just that Steam gives you the achievement if you get 100 spatulas. It wouldn't even show it to you on your second run. If you've already beaten the game 100%, it wouldn't show it to you at all. Also, rehydrated early game is not really early game as you think of it in this game. The entire game is early game. And there's like no high stakes shit to do. I mean, it's probably also Xbox. I have no idea if you can like re-get achievements on Xbox. I really don't know. That whole game is just walking around, dude. It's so fucking boring. Yo, what's up?
Keep up!
Dude, I suck at the game. Fuck.
I've got.
Wait, is Morbius already out of theaters?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, thank you. Dude, I didn't realize the movie was that bad. That was like not even a month. It's like a little over a month, you know. Some movies do, right? I'm like pretty sure. I didn't hear it was necessarily like offensively bad. It was just like boring.
Keep up!
Yeah, they made enough money. $1 more billion. Plenty for them.
I've got.
Wait, who is he in Fight Club? Friday? Dude, I've been streaming for 30 minutes. Bad time. But yeah, I don't know, maybe later. I stopped sucking balls.
Yeah.
Thanks for the 22. Maybe later. We're talking like early morning, by the way. I mean, I woke up so late, I really shouldn't play today, but you know. I don't really know what's gonna happen. the fuck did you take damage from, Chuck?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear
It's Morbin Saturday. Apparently Morbius is at theaters though. I like to make videos when I'm not streaming, but I rarely do that.
Keep up!
Bubble power. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Friday.
I've got.
You're difficult, thanks man. What's up, helpful? Oh yeah, that game came out yesterday, right?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? What?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Oh really? That's sick.
Keep up!
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Wait, I saw they were adding Ghost Girl too, right? Who else are they adding? Me too. Did you have a long day before that? Because I did.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Good afternoon. What's up, Beardy Cat? I am just chilling in Cedar Rapids, doing some warm-up.
Yeah.
Keep up!
Yeah, you knew that was happening. Good job. Thanks, Gates, for the 16 months, man. You gonna play Friday for Friday the 13th? Maybe. I mean, it's Friday the it's Saturday the 14th now. We played Dutchman yesterday, like on Friday the 13th. So like, I think that counts. I don't know. We'll play later if I have time. Just that every day I stay up late, it's becoming harder to, you know, get up the next day. Like, I'd probably much rather play this for 9 hours, go to bed, wake up tomorrow at like 7, and then we can maybe play. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, thanks, man. You have a good one.
Kids? I can't hear you!
I don't know. I don't think that's how that works. That playthrough wasn't really interesting. I just kind of like chilled and talked about the game. if that's the content they're seeing, they're just gonna be bored. We're gonna have to do media share. So you agree? Is what I'm getting. I mean, it's hard to put fucking makeup on a piece of shit. Yeah, I think that we need to do like media share for the Dutchman section. And movie. Yeah, that game's dog shit.
Keep up.
I've got.
I'm actually really enjoying Dark Souls.
Are you ready, kids?
I'm tired of playing shit games, man.
Hear you.
They're so boring. That game is so fucking boring.
What? Keep up.
I've got.
Yeah, I didn't even 100% on my first playthrough because of that. I was like, fuck that. Must have been an error. They had all the wrong numbers for everything. Like even the pineapple closet. What's up? How's it going, Mountain?
Ready, kids? I can't hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotic and nonsense be something you wish.
Yeah, man, I play every day. I don't think it was 17 hours, but it was over 16, I think.
What?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Keep up!
I've got.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah.
No problem. Thanks for the 18 months.
Are you ready?
Thanks, man. Happy to have you.
Hear you.
Always good to have you.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
El Camino is just like people who make TV shows trying to make a movie. It just doesn't really work. Very different medium.
Are you ready, kids?
Like Breaking Bad style
Can't hear you.
is perfect for a TV show, but like doesn't work as a movie. At the moment, the only show I'm invested in is Better Call Saul.
Keep up. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you.
What's up, Moto? Yeah, I mean, what you have to understand about El Camino is that it doesn't exist to finish anything. It's just fan service. It's likable for the same reason that like No Way Home is likable. Yeah, it's just like we get to see the characters again.
Keep up.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, even though it's like a pretty obvious reference or callback, I do like that the El Camino diner is like
I've gone.
like a set in season 6.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't.
There's gonna have to be a time jump. So I think that the second half of the season is gonna take place in Breaking Bad timeline. Better Call Saul is such a different show. It's like a big game of chess. It's like the stakes are extremely high for everybody, and it's so like weird that it is because like it's a prequel. Favorite SpongeBob episode of all time? Probably Opposite Day, season 1.
What?
It doesn't really change with like season 5. You know, it's just like same shit. There are so many big players. Wait, Bob Odenkirk would do another spin-off? Would he do it like fucking... Isn't he getting old though? Oh, an animation. Just give us like Hermanos and give us like the story of like Gus Fring, I don't know. Season 1 of Hermanos.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Dude, Flynn is scarred for life. Poor Flynn. I don't know.
What?
He might just be Flynn. Yeah, I'd love to see Gus Fring's transformation into what he is now.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Just having two shows with him in it
Yeah.
has built a lot of intrigue. Yo, Tom, thank you for the gift. It was never even clear whether those two are dating. They've said that it's possible, but they never established it. Which tells me they've considered making a spin-off because, like, they don't want to, like, write themselves into a corner before they even start writing. That's a good sign. But they've never been clear on what that relationship actually is. Yeah, but, like, that's just Lalo being an asshole, though. Yeah, exactly.
What?
Yeah, exactly. He's just being derogatory.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I don't know. They're setting a lot of things up. I think there's a lot of intrigue built around his character with the memorial and shit.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
You know what would bust a lot of balls though? Spin-off that makes us sympathize with the cartel.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
That'd be pretty good. Cause like they want to make us change the way we look at Breaking Bad. But if they did a show based on the cartel, that'd just completely change our view of what happens in both shows. Because like we kind of like see, you know, we see the cartel as the bad guys, even in Better Call Saul. Because we know what happened to Gus. That initiated that whole thing, you know. The dynamic, as in like the dynamic between Gus and them. I mean, they just want to make money. That's all there is to it. Like, Gus can move a fuck ton of meth and whatever else he's selling because he owns the chicken shit. And he's smart enough to defend himself. So they're kind of just like forever in a stalemate because they don't get along, but they're both like too powerful and too smart to like to yield to the other.
I've gone.
Dude, what's crazy about Breaking Bad is like people are constantly dying all the time, but like in Better Call Saul, it's way slower, but like, I don't know, it just feels like someone can die at any time, you know? Yeah. Yo, Dad, what's up? Yeah, they're just trying to show they can do whatever they want. Like, they're just like, if the audience was calling their bluff, they're just like showing that they can do it, you know? Which, like, I feel like there was no other way that could end, so if they were gonna do it to anybody, they had to do it to him, so, yeah. It's not really a spoiler, because, like, they make it pretty obvious, in my opinion. Like, you already know what's gonna happen before it happens.
the marmalade. Swip.
Yeah, season 6 so far is really good for Gus, though. It's like really making me care about his character a lot more.
Well, the security's...
It's like a different side of him, you know. It really reminds me of season 4 with Walter. You know, it's like a very similar kind of vibe where you can just kind of see how he is when he's vulnerable. Yeah, never. Nobody should watch Better Call Saul first. That just doesn't work. Like, straight up. You don't just watch things in order. Because, like, the flashbacks are designed to, you know. The whole point of Better Call Saul, like, first off, the whole beginning of the show takes place after Breaking Bad. Like, the first scene of the show takes place after. And there are so many flashbacks that go to things that happened during the Breaking Bad timeline. Like, I guess, like, flash forwards, you know? Yeah, Breaking Bad first, without doubt.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
No, Tuco's in season 1. But yeah, like the main characters don't show up until season 2, yeah. And there's another character that's obviously like in Breaking Bad that shows up in season 5, but it's more of like a guest star. I wouldn't really consider it like, you know. I'd say that like Tuco is pretty important in Better Call Saul though. Like he's just kind of, he's around. Like obviously they take him out of the show pretty early, but like
What?
he's like still a relevant player. Yeah, like he's just around, but he's not like he's not like on screen, you know. He's referenced in season 2 of Breaking Bad. Nacho and Lalo are both referenced in the episode where they call Saul.
I've gone.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, it sounds like they're just ad-libbed by Bob Odenkirk, but they ended up becoming entire characters. It's fucking hilarious.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
The build-up to Lalo is so good, though. Because we don't see him until season 5, right? It's like, where's Lalo? It's worth watching, man. It's like the best television ever. It's so fucking good. Yeah, that guy. What made you decide to speedrun this? I tried cruise boosting. It was fun. And I tried more stuff and it was fun. And I'm like, alright, I should like play through the game and see if I can beat it quickly. And yeah, here we are, 6 years later. Lalo is like the kind of guy where like,
Keep up!
he actually is like a fucking freak. Like he's like straight up. He could like jump on a roof if he wanted to, you know.
I've gone.
He just has this aura of like he can be anywhere, anytime, and do whatever he wants. He's just so entertaining. Because like when you find out where he is, you're like, oh, that makes perfect sense. But it's like, damn, really? This guy's fucking crazy. Dude, the car jump is so good. Oh, that's nice.
Double the money.
Yo, Mundy. Thanks for the 19 months, man. Yeah, things have been okay. I should tell you, by the way, since you're a higher tier sub, and I'm just letting everybody know. I have a Patreon there, so if you prefer to support with Patreon instead of doing a tier 2 sub, I get a higher percentage of it and it's cheaper for you. So I'm just letting everybody know who's like tier 2 and higher. It's an option if you'd like. Obviously you don't have to, but yeah.
The marmalade.
I'm only offering a couple of benefits right now. You get your name at the end of the highlight reels, and you also get to see the highlight reels while they're in development before they come out. You get early access to them. And I feel like that's just like better than like the tier 2 pictures that they give you, tier 3 pictures on this website. So yeah, I think it's better for all of us. Just letting everybody know. It's $4 a month. It's cheaper. Still haven't ironed out the elevator pitch, but you know what I mean. Gets the point across.
Say hello to my double friend.
Yeah, word. If you want to downgrade to tier 1, then like, go ahead if you really,
Say hello to my double friend.
I don't know, $9 a month versus 10 and getting more benefits is like what I'm going for, you know? Extra juice.
Last.
Yeah. It's cheaper. Patreon only takes like 5% or some crazy shit. Like, it's just like, it's base as hell.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, that's all. Because, like, I know that, like, the tier 2s and tier 3s are probably subbing to support more. And yeah, on Patreon, you can, like, do that cheaper and more effectively. Yeah, good at the game, right? If you guys think of any more benefits I could potentially offer, I'm open, by the way.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, we can do that. There should be like hybrid colors in Discord if you're like a sub and a patron. You should be able to have like, if you're a sub and a patron, you get like a multicolored name. That'd be cool. Yo Tex, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Yeah, Discord channel is a good idea.
Keep up.
I'll probably add higher tiers around the time the history videos are being made so you guys can like get the early access to the shit.
I've got.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I love this game, dude. It's like, it's so fucking good. Like, it's insane how good this game is for what it is. Yeah, like I said this like a couple of days ago or whenever, but like every single year, this game just gets more and more impressive. Like in all aspects. It's just the biggest stonks game on this website. It's fucking great. Like the more like newer games come out with like animation trees that are not as expressive as this game's, it's like so crazy. Like how ahead of the time this game was. It's gonna be 20 years old next year and it's still got better animations than like 99% of games out there. Yo, Grapes, what's up? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, Rehydrated blew its entire load on the dialogue animations, whereas this game focused mostly on the actual gameplay.
Keep up.
Yeah, that higher being fucking Jason,
Yeah.
whatever his last name is. Thank you, Mundy, for the gift sub to Keemstar. I fucking forget his last name all the time, but that guy's a god.
Gone.
I mean, it's no surprise that he went on to work on AAA games after this. Like, it's just crazy. He like engineered SpongeBob's animations and fucking movement. Actually, I don't know if the animations were like, might have been him, but I'm not sure. But he did the movement for SpongeBob though. Like it was probably his decision to make the bubble ball a separate vector instead of just making it like a static move like it is in Rehydrated. Yeah, Keemstar has 4 years now.
Cut.
Apparently.
Sinking feeling.
I deleted it.
The marmalade. Say hello to my bubble friend.
That's just one of those things where like people are like starting to change the definition of the word and it's gonna age poorly. Ugh. Yeah.
Where's all the security?
Say hello to my bubble friend.
Yeah.
Thanks Lobo for the gift sub to Pokemon. I lost a second from that.
Say hello to my fellow.
Christ. Second and a half, really.
I have. Say hello to
What is wrong with you?
last.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah.
Oh, fuck!
Thanks, Lobo, for the gift sub to Tier 3 gift sub to Matthew, and thank you, Hypo, for the gift sub to Amaranth. You know, you got Tier 3 pictures for a month. Oh shit, I didn't notice how much the sub count dropped. Holy fuck. Well, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. You guys got my back. I didn't even notice the drop.
Keep up!
Yeah, hype train is enabled.
I've got.
Just takes a lot, I think. God damn it, dude. I think it has to be a bunch of different people in a short period of time. It can't just be the same 2 or 3 people. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that project was really good.
Sinking feeling.
What, the slide music? It triggers at the checkpoint and we skip it.
The marmalade.
It's like in that checkpoint area that we don't go near.
Where are all the security?
Get. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yo, thanks for the gift of text, Dad.
I have
Left. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Number one with a King Bottom scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah. Because of bottleneck on the motherboard. That's why. It's not worth the money. Better off just waiting for the next motherboard, you know. You know what I'm talking about. The next generation Zen 4 for CPUs. You son of a bitch. How the fuck did you let that happen? Oh my god, man. Son of a fucking bitch, dude. You did it again? What the fuck? That's 2 runs in a row. Fuck off with this shit. Why do you lose time in this fucking easy ass level? You fucking suck, dude.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you!
Yeah, I don't know. It's like not recommended. Like my motherboard can't get as much out of the the card I'm looking at. It's compatible but not recommended. Also, my motherboard isn't compatible with DDR5 when it comes to AMD processors, so like, either way, I'm just investing money in obsolete technology if I buy anything now. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's if you tell me the two chipsets, I will be able to tell you which one it is.
What?
Like when I see it, I'll tell you. I'll be able to remember. X370. Yeah.
Keep up!
It's the Ryzen 7 2700X. It's pretty old. Single core isn't that good. Yeah, it's just old. Yeah, I have a crosshaired 6 Hero. It's just old. It's like 4 years old. 5 years old, excuse me. Thing was badass at the time, but yeah, it's now not very good. Fucking fuck, dude. I use an original Xbox with a capture card. Yeah, we're always, like, if we're still doing this in the first few hours of the stream, it probably means that we're still warming up, yeah. What you have to understand is that if I make one mistake, the run's in danger. So I'm warming up until I think I can get a run with no mistakes, basically.
The marmalade.
How expensive do you think the CPUs are going to be for Zen 4? Like if I wanted top of the line, probably like $1,000, right? It's probably going to be a pain in the ass. Son of a fucking bitch, man.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Alright, so I'll probably be spending a lot of fucking money. Like 800 on a processor, 400 on a motherboard, however the fuck much on DDR5. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, but you'd underestimate like how much fucking CPU it takes to stream and play a game at the same time. fair. Fair point.
What?
What about live encoding? Because I've heard that having more cores increases the quality of your bitrate. Like, even if you have the same bitrate settings between two PCs, if you have the load across more cores, it makes the bitrate clearer.
Keep up.
That's what I've heard, but I'd like to just confirm or deconfirm that. Right.
I've gone.
What's your opinion on a 2700X for like 6000 bitrate 1080p? What the fuck, dude?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye,
Is it crazy that I still feel like I have no idea what I'm doing with this run? Like, I feel like I'm just so fucking clueless. And it's probably a good thing, because like, I recognize there's room for improvement, but like, shit. It really does feel like 42 is like something I need to go for right now, because I can do it. If I just figure this shit out. Okay, so I guess I'm misunderstanding. Can you like explain to me what a preset is? You're not talking about like hardware versus software, right?
keep up!
Yeah, but I don't use advanced. I don't use like simple settings. I'm on X264. Like, I know what preset I'm using in OBS. And you're saying like if I had a better processor and I'm using X264, it wouldn't change anything. Yeah, I'm not like 100% clueless. I'm just like verifying my knowledge.
Are you ready, kids?
Is that even an option? Isn't that just like a thing that's just like for noobs though?
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotical nonsense be something you wish. And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, I have it set to higher. Okay, hold on. I have it set to very fast. No, I don't think you have to restart your stream.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
2700X to do medium.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. If nothing for nonsense be something you wish. And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Alright, let's do the bubble test. You guys remember the bubbles? Like when I restart the game? Just watch my webcam. Watch my webcam when this happens. Is it getting blurry like it usually does? Because it usually drops bitrate and then like... Yeah. Same thing as in like nothing changed. Well, that's still good advice though. What do these arbitrary adjectives mean though? Like what is actually changing when I adjust those values? Yeah, can you DM me on Discord? Just like DM me and say like OBS so I remember. It's hard for me to like keep track of stuff across a 10-hour stream and like while I'm speedrunning. And I'll like reply to you when I get off. Yeah.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Right. So another thing too is like I assume that because my graphics card is better now, when I'm playing a PC game, it somewhat should be taking the load off of my CPU a little bit, right? Like when I'm playing fucking unoptimized Friday the 13th, like that should help my PC not get as like clogged up, right? Because I've got the extra memory on the graphics card for the game. I'm not really sure how that works. VSync just locks the frame rate though, right? I hate VSync, it makes games feel slow. Shoutouts to Rehydrated for VSync not even working.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
I'm like curious to understand though, like your opinion of like 2700X should be set to medium. Like I'm just so curious to know what the thought process is behind that. Like almost just like instantly you know what the preset should be. Yeah, I guess there's so much about OBS that I don't understand. just experience. That's so fascinating.
What? Keep up!
Right, so my processor's working harder now that I have a better graphics card. Is that what it is?
I've got.
Okay. So I really should... There are like external frame capping softwares, right? Because I don't want to like VSync to a monitor that's like 60 FPS. Actually, I don't think that my current monitor is 60 Hertz. I think it's higher.
Cut!
Such a...
Are you ready, kids?
Is there any noticeable difference in the frame rate right now, though? Or, I mean, not the frame rate, but like the bit rate. Because like my biggest frustration is that when something like that happens with the bubbles on the screen, it just fucking makes everything look like shit. It's so annoying. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, 2700X versus a 3070 Ti. Which one should I encode on for OBS? Because I used to have a 1070. I knew that software encoding was superior on that. But I've heard from some people that like hardware encoding might be better now. I'm just curious to know what your thoughts are on that. Okay, so we're on the same page then.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you!
Yep. Alright. Yeah. Because I've heard so much sus misinformation in this chat about hardware encoding.
What?
Do you think that's gonna be with Zen 4? AV1? Or should I just wait even longer until they have AV1? Yo, what's up, Kaz? How's it going?
Keep up.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Oh, it's a GPU thing. So it wouldn't be in the 40 series, would it?
I've got.
Maybe in the 40. See, that makes me regret a little bit getting this graphics card, but you know, it's probably not going to be relevant for another couple of years anyway, so it's not a big deal. Maybe I'll be rich by then. Shamrock Shakes. Classic. Yeah, I'll get a good 2 to 3 years out of it. I'll just use this graphics card in like my shit PC for playing shit games. After that, I don't know, figure something out. Yeah, have you seen my GDQ run? It's like pretty recent, mostly up to date.
The marmalade.
Where's all the security?
Just an intelligent conversation. And then there's that.
Last.
What's the incentive? It's more efficient, cost effective.
Hunt 3 years running. Thank you. I got...
God, this game is making me so fucking annoyed today. That's cool. Yeah, it just seems inefficient. And I assume that means that storage is smaller too. Like, because of the increased efficiency, the file sizes are going to be a lot smaller. Yeah, that's nice. That's actually really good to know.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, less upload time, less processing time. My whole life would be so much more efficient with that. And you say that like the technology, at least like outside of Ivy Bridge or Intel GPUs, I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty far off from being that efficient. Yo, what's up? Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I can encode my videos in AV1. Efficient but lower quality though, right? Like, if I'm editing a VOD, or if I'm working on a history video, for example, H.264 is not the way to go anymore. Because I've always used that. Or does it depend on the canvas size?
Hey.
Yeah, morning. Alright, if I'm making a full-fledged project in 4K, 60 FPS, is that enough information for you to be able to tell me what encoder I should use? Like, not streaming, just working on a video that's, like, that large. Encoding time does not matter. Storage size does not matter. I just want the highest quality possible.
Graveyard.
Oh, HEVC is 265. I didn't know that. That's so confusing. And I assume that Premiere and out can output in that and also AV1, right? Oh my god, I zoomed in. Fuck, dude, what the fuck, man?
Oh.
I'm not sure. So, what is the difference between HVAC and 264? Or I guess like 264 and 265? Like efficiency and quality, how do they change?
Ahoy!
So it's just the same quality but more efficient?
Had enough?
So H.264 has less freedom then, is that the reason why it's like considered outdated?
What?
So is there any reason to still use it?
But they don't serve love.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Dosey.
Okay.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
So I'm trying to understand, like, H.264 is the same encoder but for hardware encoding, and X.264 is for processing, right? So it's the same but different Dude, fuck off. This fucking brain shit. Yeah, that was horrible. I'm gonna do it again. Right, so I'd have, if I were exporting in 265, then I would have, that would be solely for VOD storage, and if I wanted to upload that to YouTube, I would have to re-export it or re-encode it as 264. Okay, that makes sense. So YouTube doesn't support 265 then. Or does it? Oh, okay, I see. But the quality is not going to be that much different because they're just re-encoding.
What?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Keep up!
Can I change that encoding preset on OBS
I've gone.
to save the MP4s that way? I mean, I know I'd have to restart my stream, so I won't do it today, but like... Right, so under recording format, I have it set to MP4, but that's not the same setting though, right? Yeah, that's what I thought, it's just a container. But there should be an option under that. That's okay. Use stream encoder, that's the reason why it's so large. There's encoder. Yeah, there's the recording format and the encoder. And the stream encoder is set to x264. Okay. So I'm recording my I'm doing my local recordings in x264. That just sounds really inefficient. And probably lower quality as well, right? Yeah, it's going alright, Pug. I'm learning a lot about my job. Right, but if I'm playing a game that requires GPU usage, wouldn't that lag the stream or my recording? Because of the NVENC? It doesn't use the same resource as gaming. So, I know we're like digressing a little bit, but like, what are the differences between those resources? Like, they use different kinds of memory. So there are different. Okay, because like it's not like I think that gaming would use like randomly accessed memory, right?
What?
When you're talking about their hardware encoding, you're talking about their GPUs, right? Because fuck their GPUs, I would never buy that shit ever.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
I've never heard anything but people having problems with that shit. Like, I've never heard a single good thing about an AMD GPU. I know it's a big generalization, but like, it's a big red flag when you've never heard anything good about it.
What?
That could be a reason why. So, if I have a separate... If I'm recording on my video card, it's going to take stress off my CPU, make my recordings better looking and more efficient for storage space. So I'm just unoptimized at the moment, is what I'm trying, I think I'm understanding it, yeah. That probably is what's going on, right? Overusing my CPU and underutilizing my GPU.
I've got.
Right, because you're just using the same encoder, it's just saving it to a file, I guess. So what encoder should I use for VODs then?
I can hear you!
NVenc H265. What is the StreamFX extension? I have no idea what that is. Like, what is that doing for me? It's just like the NVIDIA Shield or whatever, or not the Shield, the fucking Shadow Play GeForce Experience crap that just tells me how to optimize my settings, or is it like a legitimate, like, helpful extension? So, by easier you mean like the GPU doesn't work as hard?
Keep up.
I don't think I understand what does easier mean? Like, more accessible for me, the user, or like easier on my... Oh, well, I don't really care about that. I just kind of want to understand how it works. I'm down to learn.
I've got.
If you'd be willing to teach me, I would learn from you. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Oh, okay. I don't really understand how an extension is relevant to that. Because, like, it's just a recording format, isn't it? Oh, okay. Oh, so Stream Effects just adds the option to record in... Fuck, what's the preset? NVEC 265?
The marmalade.
Say hello to my fellow friend.
What are the normal streaming presets for OBS? Like, it's like normally one software and two hardware, right? It's X264, NVEC, and something else. But you'd recommend streaming it at 264, X264. Because I've always known that. But that's something that, like, I learned like 5 years ago, is that streaming on software is preferred. Yeah, Twitch doesn't support 265, but there are other hardware encoding options available than just 265.
Get.
The lowest possible, as in like... I'm sorry, you mean slowest possible? Yeah, like it takes more time and produces better quality. Okay. And this is because of Twitch limitations, isn't it? Like if Twitch supported 265, then we would just be streaming and recording in 265, but it just doesn't support it, right? No browsers support it. See, that's funny. I would expect Safari to, just because fucking Apple, right? It's so fascinating. How long has that encoding format been around for? Or is it just like only now becoming more accessible? Yeah, cause like from my understanding, like generally with like videos and shit, recording formats and whatnot, things don't really get better generally, they just become more efficient over time. So now we're reaching the point where H.265 is efficient enough to, you know, be used like it is now, I guess. So what is it, like Windows Media Player supports it, and like other like whatever fucking VLC or not dead version of... It's like desktop applications that support this shit, but not browsers. Yo, good morning. These runs blow balls, dude. Okay. And if I upload a 265 recording, an NVENC 265 recording to YouTube, it'll just convert it for me. Alright, so there's no reason not to do this then. And it'll also, like, decrease the stress on my CPU uploading shit. It'll be faster uploads. Yeah, fuck. There's no reason not to do it then, yeah. Except, like, it's not as accessible, because, like, I feel like unless I had you and the people in this chat, I wouldn't even know it's an option. Alright, so what's the deal with AV1 then? Like, why is that just like, it's just the same thing, right? It's just the same jump from 264 to 265. It's just more efficient, higher quality, less storage space. It's just the same deal, right? Okay, so it's like DisplayPort to HDMI.
Hey.
Is that a good analogy? Like, everybody's fucking tired of paying royalties to HDMI, so they're just going DisplayPort now. Okay. So I don't need to worry about that. That's not, like, gonna... That's not improving my personal quality of life. That's just something to be aware of. it'll impact my streaming in the future, but it's not going to impact my VOD storage for any foreseeable future. I'm so bad. Fucking really? Okay, now I get it. So I'm gonna assume that YouTube does. Is H.265 too slow for streaming in general, or is it literally just a Twitch thing? Like, does YouTube streaming support 265? Because that'd be fascinating. I feel like it would, because its encoder just like transcodes to whatever it's using. Okay. I forgot about that part. So, I guess I don't fully understand what transcoding is. Oh wait, because it's live footage. Like if you were to transcode it, you'd be watching it like 5 minutes after it actually plays. Okay. Right. So it's just a bad format for streaming because of browsers. At the moment. Okay, this is really fascinating. So
Keep up.
fuck. What are the standard video encoders that OBS offers, like with the actual like open source program? Like when you tell somebody to stream on video card to make it more efficient, if their processor sucks, like what are we talking about in that case? Oh, it's H.264, okay. And why is that considered more efficient but lower quality? Because it worked. I'm trying to understand, like, I understand that it works faster, but like I don't want to just like it's not enough for me. Like I feel like I don't fully understand it. Like why is it that it works, you know, faster?
What?
It just uses old techniques. Yeah, I guess I'm not like understanding the timeline. Was there ever a point in history when streaming on H.264 was ideal? Because at least in my time streaming, I don't remember that. I've never like streamed during an era when that was like the best. This is all really fascinating stuff. It's the standard. So when I'm streaming on X264, how many cores can you like customize how many cores it utilizes, or like I guess I don't understand like how it loads on the processor, because you said there's like a specialized chip on the GPU that encodes for hardware encoding, but for CPU, how does it allocate the load to the different cores? And I'm sure I'm not even doing this by just setting it to X264, like I could be underutilizing my 8 cores just because I never looked into it. Dude, I don't even know what a thread is. This is how fucking dumb I am. What's up, man? One core is 2 threads. But why are we measuring threads? What's the significance of the measurement of a thread? Okay, but like one program can utilize multiple threads then. So is there a way to measure how many threads OBS is using? Because in theory I should have 16 threads because I have an 8-core processor. Is that how that works? Task Manager would show how many threads I'm using. But the higher your gigahertz value per core is how effectively each thread can be utilized, I guess.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? What? Keep up!
Alright, so I guess like the question I'm like leading to, that I'm trying to like answer for myself is like, how would I figure out if my processor is
I've gone.
inhibiting my potential for recording. Because it just seems like it's like settings optimizations that are holding me back. Like a 2700X should not have any problems doing what I'm doing. It's just not being used correctly, I think. Right, but recording in the same data feed isn't going to muddy the data though, is it? Because trying to record and stream at the same time. Like, regardless of whether I'm recording on hardware or not, the stream quality is going to stay the same. Right. So it's not gonna make a difference. What's up, Rosa?
Yeah, we don't.
I mean, this is good news for me because, like, legit, the hard disk that I bought back in December is like halfway full now. Because all my recordings are just fucking huge. It's a 12 gigabyte hard drive. Oh, excuse me. 12 terabytes. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. I grew up in the early 2000s. So, like, terabyte is just blowing my mind. The fact that you can have that many in one thing. It just sounds wrong to me. Yo, thanks, Stealth. You can re-encode your older stuff. That would take forever, though, wouldn't it? Like, all those fucking VODs being transcoded, that'd take so long. Dude, there's no, yeah, like, that's a whole different discussion, too. I'm definitely not utilizing all my cores. Like, there's no way, like, half these cores ever do anything when I'm fucking streaming all day. Yeah, but like, how, when you say run it overnight, what program are you talking about? Yeah, we're talking 10 hours of 6K bitrate, 1080p every day. I mean, like, I don't really care to redo stuff. I just, going forward, I absolutely want to. It's a 40% size reduction, right? So I should be good for another year if I just start recording in that format.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Okay. Because, like, this is a whole thing where, like, I was, like, considering streaming at 8K bitrate, which I think Twitch supports, right? But I didn't want to deal with the storage size. So, if I stream at 8K bitrate and record locally at 265, like, I won't be seeing much of a reduction, but my quality will be like, better, right? Like, I'm cool with just that. Because I've been hesitant to stream at a higher bitrate because I don't want to deal with that. Twitch supports 8K, right? Wait, record in... Oh, you want me to record in a different bitrate that I'm streaming at? It's like a whole conversion. This is like mind-blowing stuff. Yeah, partners can stream at 8K. But what's the significance of the 3.5K? Is that just like a simple equation? Like you're just multiplying it by whatever percentage? That's just because it's 40%, around 40%. It's just an arbitrary number, but it's based on 40% of what I'd be recording in, I assume. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking like 4K minimum. Yeah, like 4K minimum just to assure that it's at least the same quality. And you can record at a separate bitrate than you stream at, huh? See, like, the cool thing is that, like, I've noticed that, like, stuff looks way, way better when you start getting up to, like, 20K bitrate. Constant quality mode on 264. How do you think the file size would be impacted by that? Yo, Bill, thank you, man. $1080p. 60 FPS. So like lossless quality mode in 265. Makes sense. So the more I reset and we see the bubbles on the screen, it's just gonna spike in quality. Yeah, because like, do you think, is it more optimized? Like, if this is just going on, it's gonna automatically lower itself. Like, it's not gonna just constantly be streaming the 6,000 bit rate that I'm doing for streaming, right? Like, it optimizes itself and adjusts based on what's being recorded. Is this something that you need that extension to do? Okay. Right there. That fucking makes so much sense. Stream effects. Yeah, you need to help me with that. That's so, like, I invested so much money in this capture card, and people have no idea how good it's capable of looking because of the fucking bitrate issues that I have. It's so frustrating. Like, it's insane how much different it is compared to my last capture card. And, like, the optimizations that I've done over the years. But, like, oh my god, it looks so good. If you guys, like, on my preview screen, like, I could never get the recordings to look like the preview screen. It's That's why I'm so frustrated for all these years. I've never been able to get it to look like that. So like, I'm just so curious to like see how one stream would look in terms of size on H.264 and CFR. What does that stand for again? This is all great. I fucking love this. I love learning about this stuff. I learned recently, by the way, that like Premiere's default color space is like different than this game's color space, which I don't even know anything about color space, and I need to learn. Like I'm sure that StreamFX allows you to adjust your color space as well, which I should do 100%. There's just so much I can optimize. Runs are going okay, I guess. I'm trying to just get warmed up. But I'm also having a really engaging conversation, so... It's, yeah, it's interesting. Constant FR. What's the FR though? Alright, you have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. CRF. Constant quantization parameter. Alright, whatever. I'll just call it CFR. Constant quality versus constant bitrate. It's incredible how young, like, it's really putting into perspective how young streaming is compared to the rest of the quality out there. Like, streaming has a long way to go. That's crazy. Like, even just terms of the technology, like, it's just so young. That's really reassuring.
What?
Damn, the VOD channel is gonna fucking slap so hard after these changes. Like, just being able to rewatch them in that quality. Yeah, but like, a rate though? As in like... As in bitrate? Like, it's a factor depending on what's happening, like how much of it needs to be recorded.
I've got.
Yeah, I don't really understand that, but it's okay. Yeah, I've never heard of streaming with X265. I don't even know what the fuck. I don't know anything about that. I didn't even know it was a thing. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the naming scheme. Like, that's fascinating to me. I just like to understand that stuff.
Sinking feeling.
You see, like, this is why I fucking hate myself. What the fuck was that?
Are you ready, kids?
My god.
I can hear you.
Damn, dude, people who stream NES games have it so fucking easy. Yo, Hiron, thanks for the raid. We're talking about stuff. Yeah, all these LCBs fucking make my shit look so bad. Real-time AI upscaling. I already know a little bit about that. I'm looking at one right now. Do you know what the DVDO VP50 is? I used to mess around with one of those. That shit went crazy, but it was unstable as fuck, so I stopped using it.
Are you ready, kids?
DVDO VP50 is one of the coolest pieces of technology I've ever messed with. But mine is unstable, so I don't use it. It also makes things look weird. Yeah, dude, it's like a retro home theater upscaler. It's the coolest shit ever.
What? Keep up.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were still like, I guess I should have understood this. Real-time upscalers. What do they go for these days? You're not talking about a program, right? You're talking about like hardware, like the one I'm talking about.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Oh, it's software, okay. What if I streamed with that? What's the frame delay on those things?
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, I use a line doubler. I don't use an upscaler. I mean, I upscale in OBS. I guess that's technically a real-time upscaler. But I guess not what we're talking about. Like, Should I delegate my upscaling to a separate thing? It's not gonna let you. You have to like DM it to a mod, or like just DM it to me on Discord. It's just gonna block you from doing it. Okay, so wait a minute. You're talking about software upscaling. I already used that on OBS, but I'm sure it's not as good as it can be. Like, would you recommend upscaling with something other than OBS?
What?
Yeah, I'll have a look at it soon. Yeah, but like fuck Twitch though, cause like the novelty is watching live. I want the VOD channel to be crisp as fuck.
I've got.
Yeah, like, I think I might be misunderstanding. Is OBS's upscaling, like, the same as what you're talking about? Or, is, like, that's not using an AI. That's just increasing the size of the pixels, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just literally... You can use bicubic if you want to, yeah. So this fucking uses a neural network to upscale shit. What the fuck? How obscure and new is this? I mean, I like the look of like the pixels. I like the game to look as it's supposed to look, but it is fascinating. What kind of processing do you need to fucking make that shit work in real time? Jesus Christ. A few 3090s.
The marmalade.
That's like some fucking Code Miko shit, dude. She has like 1,000 GPUs, I'm sure.
Where are all the security?
Okay, wait. What if I dedicated my 1070 entirely to doing some shit like that? Yeah, I have that graphics card is doing literally nothing. You just like have another one in the PC and just fucking... I mean, that would affect my power draw. I'd have to get a new power supply. But I'd love to experiment with it. That could be cool. Yeah, just DM me on Discord. Because I will forget otherwise. $20 per frame, that's ridiculous, dude. It's just like not there yet. we are not there yet technologically. Yeah, I don't think I would want to record my runs with that, but like that is cool. I'm not talking about the delay, I'm talking about just like pixel inaccuracy. I'm not a fan of that.
Last.
Yeah. I mean, like, ideally, I would like every pixel to not be shared by another pixel, and just have them as perfect squares. That's what I want. I know that's not realistic because I want my layout to not be like weird looking, because I stream in 1080p. But yeah, maybe in 4K someday. Oh, you're talking about some slippy shit? I mean, the thing about Dolphin is it's not the same game, but like for CXBX, if it's like good someday, yeah, maybe we could do that. But that wouldn't be allowed on the leaderboards. It'd just more be for like recording for videos. Dude, what the fuck, man? Come on. Yeah, they do that in Melee. That shit's crazy. Like, they do that to make the tournaments look better. And it desyncs a lot, too.
Here we are in.
Like from YouTube. It's gonna be different because it's compressed, but yeah.
Still got the moves.
That was nice. I get a 47 someday. Yeah, but Twitch compresses quality though. I'm sure my local recordings are better. I just don't have a reference for, I guess like, alright, I guess like because you have a yeah, I understand what you're saying. Comparing the file sizes of the same exact file. Yeah. To see what percentage it goes down.
Hey.
Alright, so like I want to understand the anatomy of the GPU. So like, I just don't understand how, like, encoding on it is, like, how many different types of memory are on there? And these newer GPUs have more chips, like more of the same, so they can handle more simultaneous tasks. Yeah, you have a good one, Rosa. Thank you.
Say hello to my fellow friend.
Right.
The graveyard.
Dude, fuck this game, man. Stop fucking messing up. Jesus. Right. So that's what the whole RTX thing is, right? Like, there are, like, more chips that do different shit now. Welcome back. Dude, the fucking input drops. Oh my god. Alright, so like, hypothetically, let's say I had a graphics card that I used for 5 years and never recorded GPU, or never encoded or recorded anything on the GPU. That chip just never got used. Like, it was just a waste of my time, or my money, in that regard. So I'm only using that part of the GPU when I'm exporting my videos in H.264 and no other time than that. Literally no other time. Oh, so it's, so like regardless of whether I have a 3060 or a 3090, it's going to be the same quality of encoding? Is that, like, what even are the steps up? Like, I don't even, it's just memory, right? Just more memory. Yo, what's up, Kyle? Good to see you too.
Keep up!
So that's how that NVIDIA shadow play shit works, right? You're playing a game, and all it's doing is activating your encoding chip. And just, like, you're just playing with the encoding chip staying active.
I've got.
Without costing any resources. I mean, I would never use that myself, obviously, but, like, it is interesting. Yeah, because it wouldn't even affect anything if it's only restricted to, that's just proof of concept to somebody who doesn't understand how it works. If you can just, like, have shadow play actively in the background without having any frame drops or anything, yeah, that would just prove to anybody who doesn't believe it that it's not taking up resources. Fascinating stuff. New PBs today? Not yet. Well, I PB'd in a segment, actually. I PB'd in the woods by like 0.2. Pretty good, actually, all things considered. Like, it's a lot of time to bring something down by. We're seeing like 125 potential, which is what we should be seeing. Considering the strats in Kelp should make the segment 14 seconds slower. And I was getting occasional 111s, I think, back before the new route. We should be seeing 125s. So we're starting to reach the potential of the route. I'm so excited to try all this shit out.
The marmalade.
Yo, what's up?
Well, the security.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Do you think I would have been able to do this H.264 recording shit on a 1070 GTX? Or, like, do you think that the upgrade to a 3070 Ti is actually going to improve the quality? Or is it something that's, like, not that crazy to handle? Fuck. Dude. Yeah, I understand that it's worse, but like, is it going to be a noticeable difference for like what I'm working with here? Like, you know, because I'm not doing anything crazy. Just a bit. I figured. I mean, like, I am noticing that my videos are exporting faster whenever I have to do them. That's pretty much the only thing I'll probably notice, though.
Left.
Doing better. Yeah, it's just making my after-hour work more efficient.
Number one in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
So I guess, like, what parts of Premiere are actually utilizing processing power? Or is it just all GPU? I'm not talking about, like, encoding necessarily, but just, like, the program in general. Yeah, I try to start in the evenings, but some days, like last night I did like a 17-hour stream, so I woke up a little bit late. But most days I'll try to stream like when it gets dark out on the East Coast, is usually around the time you can expect me to be on here. Definitely join the Discord server and follow me on Twitter, because I will always notify on those two platforms when I'm going live. But I feel bad that my stream times are a bit inconsistent. I'm trying to work on that. It's just that, like, when you do an impromptu 17-hour stream, it's hard to wake up at the same time. Yeah, it means more personal time or more stream time or whatever.
Here we are in.
Okay, I'm liking that better. Yeah, I love this conversation though, because I'm obsessed with quality. You guys already know, like. Okay, what do you guys know about audio? Because I've been having trouble with this. I want to compress the peaks of the game so when SBA comes on, it doesn't fucking blast everybody's ears, but I don't want to compromise the quality of the rest of the game. Is there a way to do that live? Because that's what I need. Delayed compression. As in, like, when it reaches a certain decibel rate, it just lowers itself, and then when it's over, it just goes back to the way it should be. Because I swear OBS has something like that, but it just doesn't really work the way I want it to.
Hey.
Yeah. It is difficult, and like that's like why I'm like asking. They're OBS plugins. You can't edit the game's files. That's cheating. Strictly prohibited.
The graveyard.
Yeah, like I don't care if the audio quality dips for that bit, because like it's gonna be horrible anyway regardless. Because the game itself is peaking, you know, like it's not gonna sound good no matter what. Well, I'm also part of the team that believes we shouldn't modify anything as well. I don't know, I can't think of a single speedrun that's taken seriously that allows mods of any kind. Like, I can't think of a single, like, highly competitive game with a lot of prestige that allows something like that. Once you allow something, like, that's it. Like, you compromise the game's integrity. The whole point is to beat the game as quickly as possible. And if you change anything, that's just the beginning of it's not the game anymore. Also, this is the second time this has happened. This is the second time I've done that today.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
I think that Minecraft is the only exception, because Minecraft is a game that's like, its entire community is rooted in modding. Where like, mods of that game are basically inescapable. There are so many versions of Minecraft, there are so many texture packs, there are so many lighting and like plugins and shit. Like, it's almost impossible to allow a game like that to be speedrun without any mods of any kind. That's a very different scenario. But this is a 2003 original Xbox platformer. Like, we're not modding this. You can edit text files in Hollow Knight runs. Yeah, but like why? Like, literally why?
What?
That's interesting. Yeah, I do know Shay, actually. He's the Undertale guy, right? Yeah. Yeah, I want to work on the video first, and then we'll work, because like I tried doing like a limiter. I used the limiter thing in OBS for a little bit, and that didn't go too well. It didn't give me the results I wanted. Well, yeah, it was a 17-hour stream. You're saying they can be like a fraction of that, though?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Like, how low do you think it would go with H.265? Like 10? Oh, 10 hours? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a lot. Alright, but like, okay, we're talking like H.265 with like 4,000 bit rate. Or excuse me, we're doing this shit like lossless now. We're like bypassing bit rate now. Ain't that right? That's gonna be a lot larger.
What?
Yeah, but on H.265 you said it was like more efficient though, right? Or not lossless, but like, what the fuck am I saying? What was the thing you were talking about earlier? CFR? Or whatever? CRF. Yeah, constant rate factor is not going to be 7 gigabytes per minute though, right? Like, if I recorded H.265 constant rate factor for 10 hours, how much do you think it would be? I know it depends, because like that's the whole point of constant rate factor. So I guess I'm asking an unanswerable question, but you know, I don't know if you have any idea of like a guess. That was a 1 frame to recover that, but you know, nobody would notice that ever. Yeah, I'm just like confused about the CRF stuff. I feel like that'd just fucking load up my hard drive. If we're just bypassing bitrate just to record the source, like... Or... That's not what it's doing, right? It's just raising and lowering bitrate based on what's being recorded. Isn't it? But that could still go crazy. That could still go fucking nuts. It's just not streaming at a constant bitrate. So it's not necessarily lossless, but it's okay, it's an adaptive bitrate.
The marmalade.
Okay. I get it. It's an adaptive bitrate. I think I understood that before, but I wasn't like totally internalizing.
Where are all the security?
But like, how is it adaptive though? Like, how does it judge? Like when it's a live recording? Like, wouldn't it be like an adaptive limiter where like it looks like shit for a second and then it just like adjusts?
Yeah. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
It's complicated. I guess I just have to see how it looks. And the reason why we can't stream with it is because there's no way Twitch would be able to support something like that, right? Because it can't even go over 8K. Mm-hmm. I'll probably be streaming for another like 5 hours maybe. We got some time, man. Also, sorry if I'm missing your messages. I'm like involved in a conversation and like trying to do this and whatnot. I mean, I assume maybe you'd be able to do that if you weren't going like if you were limiting it to Twitch's limit, then maybe. Okay, because it's hard on the servers. That makes sense. Yeah, please do, Zyth. I'm very interested in learning more about it.
That was.
Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm just like trying to learn more about like everything involving streaming right now. Like quality. So you'll be seeing some differences, I'm sure. Some improvements in the near future, at least on the VOD channel and the PB uploads. I feel like it's just one of those things where like people are talking about like PC parts and shit because like new shit's coming. And I don't know. I feel like it's just like that kind of conversation is just in the air right now, you know? That's fucking bullshit.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you!
I landed on a very stupid, tiny little area that made him slide for like a frame. So it nullified my animation. Yeah, that ledge is really annoying. You gotta be careful. Yeah, it's like, imagine like SpongeBob storage, but like you just land on something that makes you instantly transform. It's the same thing. Except like, to get the storage of the spatula, you have to jump on the first frame you respawn. So it's like extra annoying. When you hit the one frame, you still get fucked over.
Keep up!
Oh yeah.
I've gone.
Like, it's just hilarious. Like, this stupid little SpongeBob game is like the hardest shit in the world. I mean, like, I feel like some people realize that, like, if you're playing the same game non-stop for 6 years, and it only seems to, like, it just seems like the player is getting worse at it. Because I just make more mistakes now than I ever have. Despite being faster and better at the game, and constantly lowering my times, it still seems like I'm making more mistakes than I ever have. Like, the game just scales up in difficulty like every month. It's just stupid as fuck. Like, I have no idea how it compares to other games, but I will say that the rate at which like we add ridiculous shit to this run for like little amounts of time, like the difference between a 4310 and a 4330 is like insane. And then like you watch like the later last year of like going from like a mid 42 44 or whatever to like a low 44, and like how big of a change that was. Like every year the game drops by a minute. It's just like exponentially more dumb. I just don't know how many more years we're gonna be able to like for example, a year ago the game was 2 minutes slower. Like how many more years are we gonna be able to pull that off? Well, yeah, but like I'm saying that the strats are riskier, and then the risky strats become easy strats compared to the new stuff, and like it's not like the game's getting easier. It's just more that the difficulty is just scaling so far up that like if I were the same skill level I was last year, I wouldn't even be able to like play the first 2 minutes, you know. I feel like most popular games don't evolve that quickly. Yeah, I mean, like, Cole's whole thing was that he just wanted to get the game into GDQ, but he also did say that, like, the game was too hard to make him want to play it at this point, or whatever point it was, like, what, 2017 or something. What's up, Garfield? We're still warming up. It's been 4 hours. I love days like this. I mean, my standards are higher today after yesterday, so like, yeah, it makes sense. I'm resetting to cruise boost. Yeah, Fuff is just like gone from the community. I mean, I think he like lurks sometimes, but he hasn't like done anything involving the game in like 5 years. Cole is still around, like he's aware of what's going on. He's like, he lurks in the community and watches shit, but he never really says anything. Yeah, Fuff is like, it's really easy to forget Fuff because he was like sandwiched between me and Cole, but he's still important, and that's why I wanted to like dedicate the first like 20 minutes of the second part just entirely to the stuff that he did, because I feel like if anybody else made those videos, they would have just overlooked that. Like, it's pretty important, the stuff that he contributed to the game and when he did. Because if Cole just stopped and nobody else had streamed the game during that little period, like, it would have been much harder for me to get started as well. Because a lot of my viewers are people that were watching him. So yeah, I don't know. You can't really say things would have been different or not, but like, it probably would have taken longer to get things started. He just keeps to himself, which is respectable, honestly. Yeah, he knows what's up. He's just like the most quiet, humble person in the entire world. Yeah, I just try to respect his space because I have no idea like how involved he wants to be with this stuff. But it is cool that he's still around and he still follows what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I was happy that he explained some stuff. I tried to like give him opportunities to talk because I think I just knew he was just gonna be kind of like inactive forever after that, you know. That was just like his moment. He just wanted the game to be in the marathon. I mean, like, I know that like these days GDQ doesn't really, it's not held to as high of a regard, but back then it was like the holy grail was getting your game in GDQ.
Keep up.
So yeah, it made sense, like, for the time. Like, these days they almost like try to like take random games, you know, but they used to like put a lot of thought into the games that got into the marathon. And it meant a lot more to be in it, I guess. Especially like for a game that was rejected for so many years on the basis that it's SpongeBob. Like, it had to go through this whole arc of proving everybody wrong before it could even be considered for the marathon. And then once it was in the marathon, we like completely killed it, and it like really showed a lot of people how cool the game was. So yeah, it was just like a cool thing. That's why GDQ is like a much different triumph from this game compared to other games, though. Because it had that active like prejudice against it that it couldn't be played as a speedrun. So we had to prove to people that it could be.
Sinking feeling.
The last in-person GDQ. AGDQ 2020. I think that was the one with the Trihex drama where he was banned, but they didn't tell him he was banned. Fucking classic, dude. Thanks, man.
The Marmalade.
Where are all the security?
Which time? Yeah, maybe like 5 hours from now, I'd say.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, don't wait up. It's not urgent.
Get. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I mean, what I'll probably do is like eat and do my daily shit like after I'm done streaming, if you're not available. Like, I'll probably do that first just to, you know, take care of myself. And then I'll probably get back on my PC and do that. I'd probably prefer to do it immediately after streaming though, because I don't want to occupy my PC with the shit that I usually occupy it when I like walk away, you know?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Cool. Cool, cool. Yeah, I kind of care more about 42 than I do care about getting like a 108 and 100 right now. Personally. Yeah, 42's technically been possible since like last year, like very late last year. I kind of realized it was, but it's been more. It's been. It's starting to feel more realistic now. Yeah.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
You mean the speedrun summit? Yeah, I would. 100%. I like events like that. Like small selective events where you're more involved with the production and stuff. Yeah, I like that much more than big sweaty shit. Yeah, a lot of people hadn't played the game before, so it was fun for the first few games and people were getting used to it.
What?
Yeah, I don't know, it's just like, I like the people who were there, they were pretty cool, but I still feel like speedrunning needs more like personalities, you know? Like, it works way better with Smash because everybody's a fucking character in that community. I was about to instinctively reset. Probably should have, honestly. Yo. Yeah, I mean, we're still warming up. I'm not getting what I want, but what I want today is much higher standards than what I wanted yesterday, so I guess it makes sense.
I've gone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, I kind of felt like I don't know, I get it, because speedrunning is, like, generally kind of like a closed-off thing, like, it's a personal thing. Like, I enjoyed hanging out with those guys, but I just feel like Smash is, like, much more lively when it comes to, like, how people interact with one another in a situation like that. Like, I had Nez and Geo on my team for the Joe stacking, and it was just, like, really funny. Because we were, like, clearly, like, playing it up a lot and, like, making it more competitive than it had to be. And some people, like, were kind of, like, off-put by that. Like, they didn't, like, get that it was a joke, more or less. I don't know, I feel like, I mean, people just don't get my sense of humor. It was pretty funny, though, like, just, like, treating it like the Olympics. This is practice, man. Also, thanks for the good luck. Yeah, we're just getting warmed up over here. It was the Olympics. Yeah, man. I don't know. I just, like... Part of me feels like I should just take Smash seriously and just, like, see how that community goes. Because, like... I don't know. I felt that with this community back in, like, 2016. Like, we had that kind of potential to, like, you know, have a cool thing going. But especially in the SpongeBob community, it's just, like... Every year it just feels sweatier. Which is ironic for the game that we're playing. It's just, I don't know. I mean, as long as my foot's in the door, I'll always be letting people in. And that's the thing, is like a lot of people get into the game through this stream, and the community has a chance to grow into whatever we want it to be. As long as people are interested in playing.
Where are all the security?
Like, I'll never give this up for anything, but I am curious to see like how I could impact other communities.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Get. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's just so, like... I've just always gotten the impression like I'm being judged for my skill level being here. And it's like never fair scaling either. Like people always like fucking like treat me differently when I'm not improving as quickly as they expect me to. It's just fucking weird.
Last
Will.
bubble friend.
Are you ready, kids? I can't
What is Survivor? Oh, you're talking about like at Smash Summit? Yeah, it's just like, okay, so you know the whole like bullshit. You've been around for a long time. Like you already know how it is with like random people coming in here and like whichever person happens to be in second place, it's like, oh dude, they PB'd, they're catching up to you, man. Ha 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 ha. And then it's like, okay, well like, first off, I don't care, and second, like, it's kind of disrespectful because like there's still like a 2-minute gap. Like that's not really catching up, you know. But then I'll like PB by like half a minute and then people will just shut up. It's like, what's the difference, man? Like I was already fucking like doing my own thing. Like they gotta like bring other people into it, and it's just like, it's so fucking weird. I don't get it. Like it's like people are just like waiting for me to like fucking slip up and start being bad at the game. Like they're just thirsty for it.
What?
And that's like not even like the reason why I'm playing, so it's just like even more frustrating. Yeah, but like, it's just updating my time really. Like 43, 34 with these strats is like not that much better than what I got back in January for the time that I got it. And the route's like easier too. So like, I don't know, it's just kind of toxic. People like fucking, maybe I'm crazy, but I just sense it in the air when people just like are disrespecting me, even if they're not saying it. It's like very obvious. Like how quickly the tides change in this community based on who PB'd recently. It's always been a thing. It's always been annoying as fuck. Like people used to do that shit to Red Moss back when he played, and we were like really good friends too. But that whole thing with like LMAO, Red Moss is gonna catch up to you is just like fucking made us kind of resent each other and just fucking hurt the community a lot. And people still do that shit when like that was never the whole point. Like if you watch the second part of the history videos, like none of that shit is even like where'd the attitude come from? It's just toxic people who just exist in Twitch chat. And streamers that allow the toxic people to be toxic and do nothing about it. So yeah, I don't know. Speedrunning is like cool, but if I weren't an ambassador, like if I didn't have like the influence I had to bring people into the community and teach people like how to behave and shit, I wouldn't want to be a part of this myself if I didn't have the power to like steer the ship, you know? Because that's the reason why I'm still around, is because I feel like I can make things better. But you know, if I had none of that, like, I'd probably just be miserable. Or I'd just like be reduced to like a husk that only plays the game because I think that my leaderboard time gives me clout or some bullshit. That's not the way you want to be. You don't want to fucking be a husk where your only personality trait is improving your time. Trust me, it's not fun. I tried it. 'Cause I thought that's just like what people were doing now, and yeah, you saw how that went.
Yeah.
Yo, Charles, thanks for the 11 months, man. Always good to see you too. You're always very respectful and polite, and I really appreciate that a lot. Yeah, it's exactly, like, people just make shit up and, like, hallucinate and act degenerate over shit that's, like, not even... It's not even inherently interesting. Like, if those history videos proved anything, it's that you don't need competition to make a game interesting. That's the whole point, is that I really do believe that deep down, speedrunning is 100% individualistic. You don't need all this extra crap. Because, like, everybody loves to see Mario 64 get contested for world record, but, like, it lasts for a month and then people get burned out because their only motivation they ever learned, like, getting as good as they got, is that you have to beat people. It's just an entirely different... It's like, I fucking love the episode of Avatar when they meet the dragons and they learn the dragon dance. It's like, it just goes to show that, like, you can be so much more efficient and effective putting your trust and your motivation in a different motivator or whatever. Like, if you're fueled by, like for in Avatar, for example, like, the whole point is that the fire, and this is a spoiler, by the way, if you've never seen the show, I'm assuming most people here have watched. Like, the whole nation is fueled by hatred and just, like, the lust for, like, dominance and conquest, right? Like, that's the whole point, is the Fire Nation is evil. But you don't know that, like, 100 years ago, they weren't fueled by that. They were fueled by, like, the dragons and, like, the sun and shit. So, like, when Zuko has his transformation, and this is, again, a spoiler, mute if you haven't seen the show, it's really good. Like, when he has his transformation, and he, like, turns over to Team Avatar, like, he can't do firebending anymore because the hatred has left his heart. And then he has to relearn how to, like, do the things he was doing with a different, like, source of power. So, like, that's kind of like how I like it, is like, if you're only playing a speedrun because you feel good about being in a certain place, or you're just trying to, like, reach a certain placement, and once you've done it, like, what's left? Like, nothing. It's not base. Like, the only way to speedrun and be base is by just improving your own time and not worrying about anything else, what's going on, you know, like just getting world record and stopping is not base at all. Getting world record and improving it for 6 years straight, now that's base. Also, this is going a little bit better than it was earlier. Yeah, it all goes back to the individual. Like, if you just, like, look at other people's oppression in a multiplayer game as your own inability of solving the problem, it completely changes the dynamic. It's the same, like, literally everything can be boiled down to the individual. Like, the culture in a community, when you take responsibility for how your actions and your own inaction can cause people to act a certain way, you notice that after you, like, change that attitude and you take responsibility for it, everything around you gets better. But it does get tiring when you're the only person who fucking cares, though. So like you need to, you know, encourage people to care as well, and that's the hard part. Sunshine's fallen off multiple times for very different reasons, and that's why the history of that game is so like convoluted and fascinating to me. Cause like shit was fucking good when Bouncy Boy was the world record holder, and he was like the personality guy, and like all his friends were also playing the game, and they were also big streamers. Like that's what this community could have been if all my friends kept playing and continued perceiving value in this thing that is still very untapped. Like it could have just been like that. But what happened was Nindide came along and kind of exposed everybody for not being as good as they thought they were. Because like deep down they really did believe that like, oh, like this is like our game, you know, like we're the best in the world at this shit. And Nindide's just like, nope, you guys actually kind of suck. And that honestly, like, that hurts. Like, that fucking does hurt when this outsider who nobody really, like, hung out with and, like, talked to just rises up and becomes the best, and, like, it just completely changes the entire community's dynamic. So I'm not saying that, like, the game died after that, but, like, it had, like, a hard reset where I think a lot of people just got sick of the game because, like Bouncy Boy wasn't the guy anymore, you know? And then like a whole different group of people came in and populated the game.
What?
So yeah, that happens too. It's interesting. Because deep down, like, a lot of people just do care more about that stuff actually more than it does matter. It's interesting to reflect on it and try to understand, you know, why these things happen in other communities, to kind of prevent bad things from happening here. I don't even say it's a bad thing. Like, competition is competition, but like, I don't know. There's also the added factor of like, some people just don't want to stream as a full-time job forever. Makes sense. But I'd be lying if I didn't see the resentment. And they say the same things about Nindide that they fucking say about me, like he just has more time to play. You throw so many darts at a board, you eventually hit a bullseye. It's like, people just try to discredit you no matter how good you are at something. It's like really annoying. Such a scrub mentality.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Never felt like Sunshine actually had a good community. That's kind of a base take, but I disagree. I think the community was the best it ever was. At least, like, from my perspective, like, 6 years ago. I mean, I feel bad that it comes up here so much, because, like, I have a lot of friends over there, and, like, a lot of those guys I'm friends with are extremely good at the game. You know, it's... I know that, like, people who know me well, though, mean that I don't mean any harm by, like, putting these things out in the open. You know? I'm not, like, trying to offend people or make people feel bad. I just look at everything as being, like, a lesson, you know? Because I cared about that community just as much as a runner would. That's why I started running the game back in 2017, because, like, I felt like I could have done something to reverse shit, you know? Like, just being part of the community would have helped it a little bit. And it could have helped me a little bit because I needed to branch out in case this community died. This was during a time when this community was, like, really fucking bad. Like, we were, like, having, like, a whole, like, civil war going on and shit. With, like, separate Discord servers and stuff. And I'm like, shit, man. Like, if I want to keep streaming and I want to keep speedrunning, then I might need to pick up a second game. What's a game that I can contribute to and also want to be a part of? So yeah, I picked that. At the end of the day, like, it wasn't my favorite game in the world, but like it was still something that I cared about a little bit, you know? And that had nothing to do with the actual game itself. It was just all about the people who played it. But one by one, they just left. They all just stopped streaming and stopped playing. I know that Trey used to say you couldn't stand people's like growing disgust for like, what's it called? I can't even remember like what the timing method is called now. File select timing, yeah. Like the people were just starting to get really complainy and just not motivated to play the game, so they were trying to change it. Like, I totally get that perspective. And like, yeah, I personally think the game is way better with hacked file. But just the idea that something that has worked for this long in a community that's flourished that much on file select, like, the problem's not file select, the problem is the attitude. And I totally agree with that. It's just one of those things where, like, there's no wrong or right answer. It's just, things just happen the way they do. Like, people just changing the rules for a game because they themselves are bored with it and they want to just, like, change things. So the people who really did care about the game enough to sit through the fucking cutscenes and play, like, didn't like that, and they got fed up with it. Because people were just, like, doing runs on file select or not file select and having different leaderboards and shit. I mean, that game really has been through a lot, and there are a lot of factors that contributed to its demise, but I don't think that it's necessarily over for them. There's always a chance to turn things around. There are good people who play the game. There's people who never stop playing the game who are good people and love the game, so, like, shit. I wouldn't just go around saying, like, they never had a good community, because there are always good aspects of that community. Just like, you know, how this one has its problems. Yeah, people just, like, people are just unhappy with themselves, so they just try to change shit. And that's, like, again, a lot of the leaderboard changes I pushed for in the past were to try and, like keep things interesting for people who were getting sick of the game. When, like, you're just, like, you're kind of conditioning people that, oh, you get sick of the game, there will just be a new category you can run in a month and whatnot. Like, it just doesn't really, it just doesn't really work long term, I guess.
Where are all the security?
If you're constantly changing shit and you're constantly changing, like, the order of categories on the boards and stuff, like, you're kind of just showing people that none of it really matters. So it's hard to, like, get into it and get attached to the game if you don't even understand how it's being played. But also, the game does change so much that we really just don't know how people are going to want to play it in the next 3 years. We can't really foresee that. Yeah, it's just a mix of a lot of things, like leadership for a game that is changing every 3 months is very difficult to maintain. Gotta stop missing that, man. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I do know you, man. Yeah. You don't have to run the game to be part of the community, though. Like, absolutely not. Yo, Bayside, what's up? That's a big problem, too, is that people think the only way they can contribute is by running. It is fun, yeah. But some people just, like, you know, they root their entire self-worth in running the game, and that's just, like, becomes toxic. Toxic as in, like, not good for the general atmosphere. When everybody looks into the community and, like, is this something I want to be a part of? Where, like, clearly the people at the top of the social hierarchy are the ones who are who spent the most time playing the game. It's like, do I really have a place here? It's just not attractive. There's no room for growth there.
That one.
I'm pretty sure I said hi to you base side, but if I didn't, just want to make sure, you know, I'm not ignoring you. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, I've tried to tell people for years that, like, the whole point of the game is self-improvement, and, you know, the community is just as important as the game, but, like, people just don't internalize that.
Here we are in...
Well, like, I wouldn't consider Smollett, like... I don't think that Smollett was somebody who was faced with the option of staying a top competitor in a game he played. Like he wasn't like Nitro level, he wasn't like Chaos Pringle level, he was just like, you know... He was always a content guy, I think, wasn't he? And there's Linkus who, like, yeah, he's like good at games, but like the game he runs is not that competitive. So he can, you know, like Dark Viper as well. Like, I don't think that GTA 5 is that competitive of a speed run. I don't think it's got like that crazy of strats. It's manageable. Like, I don't think that if Smollett were trying to get a 56 in Odyssey and do the stuff he does, like, yeah, that's like a totally different ball game. I've never heard of Point Crow before, like, content, and like I do follow Odyssey. Like, I don't know. I think that a lot of people who decide to go the content route, like, they don't really have stakes in speedrunning, but they love speedrunning and they want to make content on it, you know. But they don't have stakes in like their improvement and stuff, you know. Like, I'm still like, as much as I preach that like the world record competition and stuff doesn't really matter, like, I'm still trying to improve this record as much as I can. But that's just my legacy, you know. Like, I want to look back someday and be like, yeah, I brought this record down by like fucking 30 minutes or some shit, you know. He was a Breath of the Wild speedrunner. Yeah, I have no idea what goes on there. But again, there's another dimension to it as well, where like it's not just about like, is this person still viably able to compete? It's also, is the community gonna be okay after this person leaves? That's a whole big thing too. Because like, even if I did get sick of this, I wouldn't stop playing it. Because I'm not confident the community would be okay if I left it.
Keep up.
There are multiple angles to like this shit, you know. People ask me why I still play the game. The truth is there's no single reason why. I just have hundreds of reasons why I still play it, and the fact that every single day each one of those is still like just as important as the last day, it's like, it's impossible to stop playing.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he.
I think it's important to keep your feet in both doors. Like, I'm still trying to produce content and do shit for when the day comes that I'm ready to stop. But, like, I'm just in a unique situation where the game has this ridiculous skill ceiling that I'll probably never reach in my entire lifetime. It's just a matter of when I personally want to stop, which I can't see anytime soon. But at the same time, like, I love streaming too. I just think that, like, in my 20s, this is the best time to try and accomplish extraordinary things when it comes to, like, reaction time and dexterity. Like, I'm not going to be as effective in my 30s if I'm doing this. So do this now, and then just blow up later. You know, like, that's just... Life is long. What am I going to do in my 30s if I've already done everything that I want to do half-baked, you know? It's just, like... Just fucking do everything half-assed because you have to have it all. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to take your time with stuff.
What?
Yeah, it's just like, it's just a weird scenario. I feel like if people understood the psychology, they'd understand why I don't stop playing the game. Like, to many, I'm probably just viewed as a disappointment for not taking opportunities that I had. But I wouldn't have been ready to just springboard off of Rehydrated even if I wanted to. I wouldn't have mentally been, like, ready for it. And someday I think people will respect it. The fact that I'm gonna play this game for like 15 years non-stop. Like, and that's, you know, whether it helps my career in streaming or not, doesn't matter. It's because it's something I wanted to do. Yeah, because like, are you really living if you're not risking? Like, it's just not even living. I just know that, like, whatever medium we're using, streaming, uploading, you know, like, clipping, whatever the fuck, something that hasn't been figured out yet, I still think that the skills I'm building through speedrunning will be relevant in the future. Like, there's a reason why I can just pick up a game like Dark Souls and learn it faster than the average person can. Like, it's not all for nothing. And, like, considering I've never played an RPG before, I've never played a game like that in my entire life, and I can still learn, like, pretty reasonably quickly, and pick up things and memorize routes and, like, what items do and shit faster than the average person. Like, it's because of this. Like, everything goes back to this, you know? It's just, you're not wasting your time by honing a skill. I'm done accepting 108s. I just can't think of any reason for, like, that just means you mess up the cruise boost 2 times. 2 times! Not even just once. Yeah, but, like, honestly, I think the direction gaming is going, doing frame perfect tricks is a useless skill. Like, I have noticed that, like, despite being considered, like, harder to beat than most games, if not any other games, like, at least Dark Souls 3 does not feel to me like you need to be good at precise inputs to actually win the game. You just need to be patient. Which speedrunning teaches patience as well. But I just feel like developers don't make their games that precise or technical these days. This is more of like a dying art, I guess. That's why people play older retro games, not newer games, because it's more expressive. Like if I were speedrunning like fucking like Rehydrated, for example, like it's just not the same, you know? You can't really express yourself as well, like the strats you choose and how you do them. It really bothers me, like the whole like, I love the Sunshine history videos, but the one thing that gets glorified in that game that I think is such a stupid philosophy for speedrunning that just happened to work because this one guy had the patience to make it work, is starting whatever game you play with the hardest strats possible. Because like not only is that like just for some games, that legitimately does not work. Like if you were to do that in this game, like yeah, you just fucking... You would not want to play this game if you were doing the hardest strats outright. Absolutely not. Like there's more to this game than just like doing movement, you know? Like maybe for like, people forget like the context too. Like Nindide was doing that shit in 2016. Back when like no game was competitive. 139 wasn't even achieved in Mario 64. It's not the same thing. Like speedrunning was not very competitive back then. So like people watch that doc and they're like, oh man, if I want to get as good as SHiFT, I have to do SHiFT strats, and it's like they fucking quit because they just like, even like 2017 for example, like people were already calling this game one of the hardest speedruns in 2017 when like the kicker was like you do cruise boosts and you do fast nut like 30 minutes into the run or some shit. Like that's like why people were calling it hard back then, and it was already considered harder than most games. It's like people just like forget that like hard strats in 2016, just starting with like 2016 Sunshine strats, or like the hardest shit was Green Cycle or like Six Tooth. People like take that and they apply it to every game they play because they watch those videos. I see that shit all the time in this community. Like you get people like saying like, yeah, I don't want to run this game because I'd have to learn Swingerless. Like what the fuck are you talking about? You think Swingerless is comparable to like fucking like Gelato Beach Skip or some shit? Like, oh my god. It's just funny how like content just influences all the shit that happens around us. Like the summoning salt videos, like making these speedrun records seem like it's the fucking Olympics and these people are legends for playing a video game. You got stuff like that where it's like, okay, yeah, Nindide figured this shit out. Like he cracked the game like nobody else did, but like that's also just one game, you know? Like his strat worked for that game, but like you can't just apply that to every game that you play.
I've got.
Yeah, every game is different. It's just funny when people come in here asking for like, are there single spatula records to practice? Like, bro, this is an open world Metroidvania. This ain't Mario 64. You gotta approach every game differently. It took me a little bit of time to warm up the Souls, but I'm kind of liking it now. Like, it's really slow, but it's like fun slow. It's like strangely like a very relaxing game to play, which is not what I expected. People told me that game was like hardcore as fuck, but I just don't see it that way. I genuinely do not see Dark Souls as that kind of a game where you're supposed to be like uptight about it. It just seems like relaxing. The pacing is not that way. It's not that way at all. I just don't get it. Like everything people told me to expect playing that game, like honestly ruined my idea of what the game is supposed to be until I actually played it myself and like kind of like got to experience it and make my own opinions. Like it's a fun game in the exact opposite way that people were describing it to me. It's hilarious. Like it's still good, but it's not like this like intensely technical shit. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny how people like perceive games differently.
What?
Or get the wrong idea about a game even if they've like played it. I mean, my philosophy with any game is always just take your time with it. Don't cut corners and take your time. Like, master the easy stuff before you add hard stuff. it works. Feels like you earned it too, like when you master shit that you know is not going to be useful in like a few months. Like you feel like you earned the right to make that change, that upgrade. Lets you maintain focus on the stuff surrounding it too, which is important. If you're doing something that's way above your skill level too early, all you're gonna do is lose focus on everything else. And like the whole like Nindide thing, where like people around him just said like, oh yeah, he's just forcing the hardest strats into his run. I feel like there was a lot more to it than just like, yeah, he's just adding everything. I think that people just like perceive it that way. But I'm sure there was a much more thoughtful process behind, you know, the things he chose to do in his runs back then than just going monkey brain and adding everything, you know. Like, it's interesting because, like, it's not the same as this game's history videos where the person who has the record is, like, talking about it from their perspective. It's like everybody else views this guy as being this, you know? Like, if somebody else made the history videos on me, not only would it be a lot shorter and way less focused on the other aspects of the community, they probably would have focused on the same things. Like, this guy just does all the hardest shit in his runs before anybody else does, and that's like all they'd focus on. But there's like a whole like you're not getting into the psychology of the player's head. Like if like Dide made videos about his own speedrunning, like it'd totally be different than like the Trey videos because they're not the same person, you know. It's just interesting how people like view other people's efforts, I guess. Right, but like, he also recognized, the key thing is that Nindide recognized that the game was not optimized. He recognized that like, the world record being at a 116 was like nothing compared to how far the game can go. So him adding these strats that people thought were ridiculous was kind of just him calling people out on like, the game can be pushed so much further than you guys see it. And to get to this point, I'm gonna have to do this anyway. So it's like, yeah. Also like, I think that, again, like, but 2016, like, people were not pushing the game as far as they could, clearly. Because, like, a lot of the stuff that he was doing back then, a lot of people are doing now, you know? It's different for every game. Like, I don't view the whole, like, Nindide thing from 2016 as, like, this guy just implemented hard shit that nobody else was doing and got good at it, so he got record. Like, that's not really it. Like, he could have done it without those strats. He just wanted to show that the game wasn't optimized. Because the whole point is that those strats existed and nobody was using them. Like, it's not like people were just, like, going one by one through those strats and, like, saying, okay, I'll add this, I'll add this. Like, people were just, like, complacent in the strats they were doing. It's like, oh, that's too hard, I'm not going to do it. Like, it doesn't matter whether you add them all at once or you add them one by one. The point is that these strats, like Fast Corona, like, people weren't even, like, considering it, I don't think. I don't think anybody was even thinking about doing that outside of an IL.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, it was. We ended up not playing the game though. Yeah, people were jealous of him because he had the discipline to do hard shit, and nobody else in the community did. And like, I get it. I went through a little phase of like resenting hard shit being found because like I wanted to focus on streaming. And it was annoying when shit gets found like every 2 weeks and you have to completely relearn everything. Like, yeah, it's easy to resent it, but like, you can't just like give up, you know? You have to choose what kind of a speedrunner you're gonna be. Ugh. It's just hard when you're faced with the choice of like doing content or being competitive. And by competitive I mean like pushing yourself. I'm not talking about like literal competition with other people, but like, I don't know. I consider myself competitive because I'm always upgrading my shit and trying to get better at the game. Like, I'm not just like turning on my stream and doing runs and like, oh, whether I PB or not, it's still content. Like, no, that's not how I treat the game. So, it's competitive, where I like plan my day and make sure I sleep the right way and eat the right way and exercise so I have energy to like play the best I can. It's competitive in that sense. But if I were treating it like I treated high school, where as long as I could pass the tests, I'm doing fine, like, yeah, I wouldn't be doing the things I'm doing. But again, like, I could probably be doing other things, you know? No, like, that's just the way I view it. Like my version of like the Sunshine history would be like totally different than the way Trey sees it or the way that like anybody else sees it, really. Like, everybody's got their own take on stuff that they like lived through and watched and experienced, you know? That's just my idea, is just like the game was... The top players of the game weren't adaptive enough to do the hard shit, and somebody called them out on it. Somebody who was willing to adapt and do hard shit did it, and pushed the game so much further than anybody else thought could ever be done in such a short amount of time. Like, it was like shocking, you know? Like, he's the one who truly made the game competitive. Even if he had to stop playing, people had to get so good to catch up to him. Even 2 years later. Like, that time just existing on the leaderboards, it, like, just made people want to get better. They never would have gotten that far if somebody didn't show them they could do it in the first place, you know? But that's just why it's interesting, though, because like an outsider's point of view is going to be way different than an insider's point of view. Because clearly, if you're like one of the people who's like working hard to get better at the game, and then somebody comes around and just kind of takes a shit on everybody, like, it'd be easy to like view that person as being like, you know, like being freakishly good and not just like more dedicated or more caring, you know? It's like, oh, okay, this person's just a freak, you know? But I kind of just view it as like this person kind of just exposed them, you know? And people fucking felt that. Like, the attitude at the time is that they resented the fact that he was that good at the game. Like, I appreciate that the documentary on that game, like, shows it in a more positive light. But that's not how it felt at the time. People didn't like that he was that good. And like, it's funny because honestly, 5 years from now, I'll either be called crazy or based for this, but I think he's trying to do the same thing with Mario 64. I think there are some strats in that game that people just don't want to look into or even try because they think they're too hard for runs, and he's trying to do it with that game too. Now, obviously that game is a lot more competitive than Sunshine, but I think that's what he's looking to do in the next 3 to 4 years, is do the same thing. I think he wants to expose them, yeah. Like, I really do think I understand, like, where that guy comes from. And it's interesting. Like, whether he can do it or not. Like, whether he can pull off carpetless in a 120 run. That's what he's trying to do. I mean, like, it's just the general principle that you can always improve. He understands that, so, like, it can happen, you know? And it's like, if you compare his career in Sunshine to his career in 64, he's not adding all the hardest shit to his 64 runs. Like, it's just that 64 was a more optimized and competitive game in 2022 than Sunshine was in 2016. You don't think that in the entire history of the game it won't be pulled off once by anybody ever? I mean, the circumstances it would take to get a world record with carpetless would be ridiculous, but you don't think that anybody will ever do it once? As long as the game stays around? I just feel like there are two types of people, right? There are the people who, like, get a time or a world record they want, and they wait for shit to get found, or for someone to beat their time. And then there are people who get a time and a world record they want, and the next thought is, what do I do next? Like, those are the two types. And, like, what I'm trying to explain with, like, the Sunshine thing is that, like, the threshold for strats was so low in that game in 2016 that this guy comes in this game and he realizes, like, these guys aren't even trying. And he fucking implements actual risky shit and gets a good time. Now he's going to a game where people actually do risky shit. Or at least, like, for this, again, because speedrunning is much more competitive now. Like, if he'd done it in 2016 when the world record was like a 140 something, like, you might have been able to say a similar thing. I don't know. But, like, my point is that the whole aura around, like, this guy just implemented all the hard stuff and he instantly got good is so wrong when you understand that Sunshine was not a very competitive game in 2016. Like, just because you have a lot of people on your leaderboard doesn't make your game competitive. It's about how good the record is. That's the only measurement of how competitive a game is how hard it is to get the record. Like, nothing else matters. That's just what the game is. Like, to improve the game, like, that's the threshold you have to break. And, like, a low 116 in 2016, people thought that shit was like insane. And then he proved to them that it could be 2 minutes faster. And that does not happen by just implementing a few hard things. Like, there are a lot of things that they were not doing the right way, or just weren't doing it all. It's like the game was unoptimized, and he wasn't fazed by the whole like, oh, but a lot of people run this game, and a lot of people are good at this game, and like, they had to work this hard to get, no, it's like, it's all bullshit. Like, he saw through it, and he got good as quickly as he did because he realized it was a facade. That's the way it's always been, Flo. Like, you know the fast brain, like, it happens in every community. You know the fast brain shit that we do at the end of every run? And, like, basically every runner in the top 20 or 30 does? People thought that shit was undoable when it was first found. And literally a week after I started doing it, people started doing it. People are just afraid to do stuff. That's all it is. I'm not saying carpetless is one of those things. Like, carpetless is something that, like, there are so many ridiculously precise inputs and it's so late in the run that, like, yeah, it's very unlikely that a world record will be achieved with it someday. But the idea that somebody can't just attempt it in a run and eventually get it, like, some people just don't fucking care. Some people genuinely don't care if it takes 2 years to get it in a run once. I sympathize with that mentality because I'm the same way. I don't care how long it takes, because, like, what else are you gonna do? Not try? Like, what's the point? What's the point in playing the game if you're not playing the game? But, like, it's just so clear to me as the years go on how big of a part clout is in speedrunning. How people just want to be at the top of the boards for clout, and they won't do shit until they get beaten, or if something gets found to make their improvement more realistic. History is important, man. History is extremely important.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, it's such a waste of potential by just not playing. And it would just be it'd be more than just not playing. Like, it took 6 years of playing all the time to get to this point. It would have been constantly playing and waiting, playing and waiting, playing and waiting. Like, do people really think that I wouldn't still be the best player if I were doing that? It would just be bad for the game. Like, people just don't view things that way, though. They think that, like, by waiting for people to catch up, like, there's a reason why every time Cheese takes a break, he comes back and he's still the best. But what if Cheese just non-stop played? Like, that's my point that I'm making. Like, the best players, most of the time, will always be the best players. It's a psychological thing. Like, some people just have it and some people just don't. But if Cheese played all day, every day for like 5 years straight, you know goddamn well that shit would be like a fucking 136 already. Like, there's no doubt. Just, you know, everyone's different. People have different priorities. I'm not saying everybody should just be a fucking grind monkey. Absolutely not. But hypothetically speaking, you know. Liam does that shit where he plays for 8 hours a day for a few months, gets insanely good, and then stops. All the time. He does it all the time.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
People don't understand that the best players aren't just the best because they play a lot. They understand things that, like, unspoken things that cannot be, like, linguistically communicated about games that makes them as good as they are. And then it's just a matter of time until they get what they want. Like, the 42 is in Pandora's box, you know, like...
Ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Like, if we're looking at time as like the way we look at like a lamp in the room or something like that, like the 42 already pretty much exists because I can get it and I will get it. it's ironic people who think that like the time you put into something equals how good you are. Like, it's like, oh, that's why I suck. It's like, well, no, the reason why you suck is because your mentality sucks. Like, just... Yeah, there are plenty of people who play every day. Everybody's different. Like, the time you put into something, like, it just depends on your style of improving. You know? It has nothing to do with... Like, yeah, if you play for an hour a day, you're not giving yourself enough time to improve, but like, how much different do you really think it is playing for 4 hours versus 8 hours? It depends on the strats you're doing, it depends on how long it takes to get runs, like, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish for the day. Like, just setting a timer and forcing yourself to play for a certain amount of time is, like, not... Like, that's not, like, what gets you good. I have to cut myself off. I could go longer than I currently go, but just like I don't want to stop until I accomplish everything I've wanted to accomplish for the day. And like there's just always something to do. If you always perceive there to be something to work on or something to do, you're never going to want to stop playing. Why do I play so much? Because there's always something to do. Like I'm always trying to accomplish something. And I don't want to wait until tomorrow to do it because I want to do it now. Also, what's up, Rord? Like, I always want to... The reason why I play the game so much is because I always want to play the game. Like, that's genuinely what it is. I always have a reason to play. I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I weren't playing it. Yeah, I want to work on those videos too, but like that's just not like where my head's at, you know? If I'm being honest with myself, what I want to do right now is just see how much further I can go with this, you know? Not accepting that.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's diminishing returns, but like it's complicated. It really depends, and like psychology is a big part of it too. A big reason why I do it as much as I do is because I find it entertaining. Like I just like to see where things go, like what's gonna happen next. Because I don't know, and I'm the one who's in control. I still have no idea what's gonna happen next. I mean, that's just not true, Tyrese, but, like, as good as I want to be, like, I want to get a 41 someday, you know, like, I don't know if anybody wants to fucking go through with that. I just want to see if it's possible, man. Also, I'm 25. Like, I've exhausted half of my 20s doing this. I don't want to waste time. That's my big thing, is I hate wasting time. And if I'm just playing for like 5 hours a day, then I'm wasting so much time that I could otherwise be spending doing this. It's all about priorities. It depends on where your priorities are in life. I'm not saying that like, not prioritizing the game is a bad thing or a good thing, but... My life priority at the moment is making good use of my 20s with what I want to do. You know, whether it's making videos or speedrunning. Like, the motivation just comes in waves, and I try to just like follow the wave when it comes and goes. Like, at this point, I'm pretty confident that, like, I'll just have a feeling I know what I want to do and I want to do it. It's like with Swingerless. Like, I was supposed to go back to any percent in February. But I said, I kind of want to see where Swingerless goes. And then I had success off of it, and I pulled that shit off, and people were, like, amazed by the fact that could ever be done in a run, you know? You just, like, kind of have a feeling you know what you want to do, and you just go with it. Like, there are so many things that I've done just off of a feeling that just ended up working out. That people think it's like a miracle or something, but it's just honesty.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, it's gonna happen someday. I'm not gonna stop playing. Yeah, that's exactly. It's just cool. And speedrunning is like, it's entertaining for people to see the progress too, because you have a literal number to look at for progress. Like there's an entertainment factor to it, and I like entertaining people, and it just works. Just kind of goes hand in hand. It's like perfect for me. And like, yeah, it gets stressful, but like, just think about doing anything else, and I just can't imagine it. Right now, at least, you know. There are plenty of things I want to do in my life, but I just don't think I'm the kind of person who's going to get old in my 30s. I feel like my 30s are just going to be like my 20s, except like, you know, maybe my reaction time is not as good, you know, like, but still, like, it's worth considering that some people age slower and faster than others. I think it all has to do with, like, what you need to do. Like, your body is just going to respond to your environment. If you're treating yourself like you're a 70-year-old, you're going to age like a 70-year-old, you know? I think people just get, like, caught up in the stigma of, like, oh, I'm 30 now. Or, like, I'm tired of... I just want to relax already. Like, you'll talk to people in their mid-20s who act like they're ready to just, like, retire. Like, life was too much for them. They're ready to stop, you know? Time to relax. I'm 27 or whatever. Like, bro, you're just getting started. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I prioritize sleep above everything. Like, the only priority I have higher than speedrunning is sleeping the correct number of hours every day. And I feel like that's just a healthy foundation just for anything that you do. Yeah, exactly. Like, a sleep schedule is like the foundation of everything that you do, you know? I sleep until I feel good. I try to go to bed at times that will make me feel good when I wake up.
I've got...
Yeah, I've never, like, that's always been my rule, is I'll never, like, look to medication for that kind of stuff. That's the one ground rule. Like, I'm never gonna look at alcohol for, like, relief. I'm never gonna look at, like attention-affecting medicines for, like, attention. I just try to think outside the box when it comes to stuff like that. I think that's also, like, for me it works, at least. I just feel like if something seems that simple, it's not. Like, there are definitely drawbacks. Like, alcohol wouldn't be so popular if it weren't so easy, you know? Just to reel the discussion in a little bit, that's why I think it's, like, pretty fucking impressive this game is as popular as it is to speedrun, for how difficult it is, and, like, how, like, annoying it is to get started with, like, emulating the game with slow loads and, like, having to get an Xbox. Like, it's kind of crazy that in spite of all of that, people still play. Despite all of that, I guess. Like, it's not the most accessible game in the world, but people still want to play it. That's probably a good reason why the good parts of this community are such high quality, though, because it really weeds out people who are just, like, in it for the clout most of the time. Yeah, Xbox is whack. I mean, we just got lucky because, like, this community is just the one game, and the one game is, like, it works on HDD perfectly, so there are no problems. But yeah, I totally feel that, though. It's really hard to have a community that has to, like, try to make rules consistent across games that are, like, so different. Yeah, I mean, there's always another day. But that's not, like, the whole idea of, like, tomorrow is another day is perfectly fine to have as an idea that you just, like, kind of root yourself in, as long as you're using it as an opportunity and not an excuse. Because some people just use it as an excuse, like, oh, tomorrow's another day.
I've gone.
Let's do this tomorrow. I just want to make tomorrow easier for myself. That's why I played this much, because I don't want to, like, wake up and be the same person who is having the same struggles with the same shit in the game, you know? So the real reason why I play as much as I can is because I can. If I didn't need to sleep, I'd never stop playing. But I've been evaluating my priorities. What's up, Jalen? How's it going? 5 hours of warm-up, by the way. Clearly we are not where we need to be. But this is the reason why I'm seeing the improvement that I am. I'm just being honest with myself. People shouldn't have been surprised at how big that PB was. I know it's, like, shocking, but, like, it was bound to happen with the paces I was getting. The same exact thing happened with 100 men. I just got the early game that I needed, and I got a late game that I knew I could get realistically based on my practice. If I can get consistent sub 1540s, it's fucking over. Like, that's all I need to do. It's not that complicated.
Keep up!
Disappointed in the 4334. Yeah, I mean, like, it was like right on par with like the minimum. Like, that to me is like the minimum that I'm capable of.
I've gone.
That's where my PB should have been. So that made me happy. I think the people who watch the most get it though. Like, they see the late game runs and they know that like my late game, my PB was a 1609. I think that should tell enough about like how far behind I am.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
And the credits of Rehydrated, yeah. Yeah, I would consider that a victory. Like that was definitely a victory. Like getting a 5-second PB when you have 20 seconds of extra strats to use is not a victory. That's just like, you're still not caught up, you know? Like that was the run. 21-second PB, that was the run. I just got it all in one run, which was nice. Because now we're thinking about the future and not the present, and now like the future is the present where 42 is like realistic. It just happens so much faster once you clear your head of all the shit that you're supposed to do and you've already done it.
What?
Yeah, I just had my aim set higher than just that. It'd be really cool to get a 42. I'm sure that when I get it, I'm not going to be happy with it. Unless I've finally figured out how to get the times I want to get.
Keep up!
Because I've generally felt like pretty inefficient at certain points in this game's history where I'm trying to get something and like it's taking too long. Like 43 took way too long.
I've got.
Yeah, it's just like, once you're on a set path and you like commit to it, like it's just easier to exist, even if things are hard. $57.29 is like, I just gave up at one point. Started playing other categories because I was worried that the progress 90% wasn't going to get the game in a GDQ just yet. So I decided to spend some time doing other categories to like increase my odds at getting in again. Like, I pretended it didn't bother me that the game, like I got banned from GDQ and effectively the game was banned because they knew they could never have it in there without me. Or like, with me being banned at least. Like, they knew that like it would come up in conversation at one point. Which makes sense, like, you just can't separate the game from me at this point. Makes sense why they did that. But it did bother me, and I like doing runs in GDQ, and like, I don't know, I guess it's like an old school thing to care about, like having a game in that marathon, but it still feels good, it's still cool. It's not really for the actual like GDQ event itself. It just feels like Like, it's a good checkpoint. It's like, oh, this is something that's like tradition. Like, the game's been in here before. And now that it's been in here twice, it's now a tradition. Like, it's gonna get shown again, probably, because it's been there twice.
The marmalade.
Like, it just felt good making it not a one-off thing, you know? Like, I feel like we needed to establish that for a while. The game is still around. I know I probably overthink a lot of these unspoken things, but like, I just think that all this stuff matters. Like, it's just natural for people to try and like build narratives and stuff. That's why movies and TV exist, you know? Stories. It's just fun to, you know, build a storyline around something that happened in real life, because that's what makes it immortal. Like, this will all be immortal someday if we keep that attitude and just keep retelling the story of how it happened. Storytelling is what makes all this shit matter. Yo, good morning. I'm not a good person to ask because I can't eat Rocky Road, but it looks better. Yeah, I tend to avoid all nuts. Because of pistachio allergy. It's all, like, similar. My only objective right now is to get another sub 1540. Or just like get like a 1544 with like a 6-second mistake. You know, some shit like that, you know? It's like, alright, well, you could have gotten it. If there's one thing that's frame perfect didn't go wrong. I just need some like reasonable, like, not just messing everything up and like being like, oh, you know, if I didn't mess up like 30 cruise boosts and get a slow LCB, it's like, yeah, okay, just fucking go again.
What?
Getting really tired of this because it's so easy, but it's still fucking happening.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
What? Keep. Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, Captain!
What's up, Woodler? How's it going?
What? Keep up.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I've got.
It's because I can get a sub 2720 early game. Sub 2720, sub 1540 makes a 42.
Sinking feeling.
It's just all going back to, you know, like, what's the most efficient way to get a 42?
Say hello to my fellow friend.
The Marmalade.
Squid. SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go.
Where are all the security?
Say hello to my fellow friend. Get. SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go. SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go.
Yeah, I'm kind of choking now, but yeah, there are parts of that that were okay.
Left. SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go.
SpongeBob himself.
#1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Tom Kenny is a goat.
SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go. Ow! Ow! Ouch! Bubble power! Bubble power!
Vamp!
SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go.
Yeah, Plankton is top 3 for me. Either number 2 or number 3.
SpongeBob is taking control. The launch to go.
Sandy, maybe. Sandy is weak. Yeah, Patchy is such a good idea. He's just a crazed fan. It's so meta. Cause dude, like fucking so many people's bedrooms look just like that in their childhood.
Here we are.
Patchy is almost like a response to like the meteoric rise of SpongeBob in media. It's like such a good gag, just his existence in the show. Like, it would not work nearly as well if it were like, you know, some obscure cartoon. It has to be something as popular as SpongeBob to make it funny and believable. Like, he's just the head of the SpongeBob fan club. It's just so fucking tacky. So self-aware. Yeah, Kelp Forest definitely is a lot better now with that shit. You got the LCB into the drown, one frame jump shit. It's cool.
Hey. The graveyard.
The strongest character? As in, like, the most, like my favorite? I think that SpongeBob, at least like early SpongeBob, like season 1 SpongeBob is just as nuanced as like Plankton or Squidward. Like, he's not like a one-dimensional character like he is in the newer episodes. Like, you have like layers of like, despite him being just like this naive, like high energy character, he also has like layers of insecurity and shit. With, like, employee of the month, he's like strangely competitive. Like, he has like all these like really like very small like personality traits that come out on a whim. He's just entertaining. I don't know. He has like a lot of different hobbies that are all interesting. He's just like a very he's a very adaptable character. Adaptive, I guess. Yeah, like SpongeBob as a character is genuinely like interesting. Like he has like all these hidden talents and hobbies that are just like, even though it's like cartoonishly comical. Like the paper, for example. Whenever I think of SpongeBob, I'm always thinking of like season 1, honestly. That's probably why my opinion is like the way it is. It's hilarious though, because the speedrun's kind of the same way, where he has like all these like weird hidden abilities that nobody knows about until they come to the surface. Just like, it's so cool that this is a SpongeBob game and has all this sick tech. Like, it's just perfect for SpongeBob. To make a whole video essay on like how this is like the perfect mirror to the actual show, just being the way it is. It's really cool. Yeah, he made a sweater of eyelashes. Like, it's just funny. Like they 100% like have creativity as a character trait for SpongeBob. Like, absolutely. Like, that's like a post-it note in the writer's room, you know? There's no way. People just overlook that.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. There's the robot's vulnerability. Let's see if SpongeBob goes for it. Dosey. Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Stupid. Also, I think that SpongeBob and Sandy are the only heroic characters in the entire show. That's lit, bro. That's so lit. What was I on pace to get? 16 plus 16. Yeah, this isn't good enough.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Like, what other character comes to the rescue when another character is in need? I feel like they're the only two characters in the entire show that would actually do something heroic if they had to. Except for Squidward in that one situation with the pizza. Like, no other character takes that kind of initiative. They kind of just, like, run away. Maybe Patrick in some situations. But, like, I feel like SpongeBob and Sandy are the only ones. Like, literally, like, Tea at the Tree Dome, when they introduce Sandy, SpongeBob's, like, trying to save her from something, you know? Yeah. SpongeBob is just the most likable character in the show. Which is why it's, like, easy to laugh when Squidward gets karma'd for, like, being mean to him. Because he's just not a... He's just a very likable character. It's just so much different than, like, the later episodes where his only personality trait is being naive and annoying. Because, like, he has, like, multiple layers of personality beyond just, like, being the icon, I guess. Like, the icon of, like, silliness that he is. That's really what it is, that, like, new SpongeBob, all these characters are just icons now. They're not even, like, they're just so complacent in, like, the reputation that the show has built for them.
Will SpongeBob be able
I'm gonna
to
go get food, I'll be right
neutralize the
back.
giant robot's brain?
Well, cause like yeah, Plankton is just he's all about control and manipulation, but SpongeBob is just way too naive. He's like he's naive enough to be controlled, but it just never goes Plankton's way. Just like SpongeBob like misinterprets everything. It's just funny. I don't know how to explain it. I never really thought about it. Oh, FOP. I think that like they're a good trio. Like I don't think that one character carries the show. I think it's just more like the trio is really good. Because like Wanda sets up a lot of the jokes for Cosmo to give the punchline, and Timmy's just kind of like he's just like the straight man character. He just kind of says it like it is, observes things the way they are. Honestly, Timmy's parents are kind of like the same way, except with more like grounded shit. Which is kind of interesting, because they're voiced by the same, like Cosmo and Wanda are voiced by the same people who voice the mom and dad, which is kind of cool. Because regardless of whether it's Timmy, Cosmo, and Wanda, or Timmy and his dad and mom, it's the same trio. It's the same trio regardless of whether it's like in Fairy World or like if it's in the kitchen. Is it just gonna be Chris? Is it gonna be Chris Pratt speaking as himself? Like, is he gonna do like any, like, whatever happened to like fucking people like Tom Kenny who can do like 30 unique voices and you can't tell who's talking when who's like? It's just crazy. Yeah, and Mario. Like, what kind of a voice is he gonna be doing in that? Chris Pratt's not a voice actor. He's like a live action guy. Yeah, that's what it seems like, man. It's like rare that you have somebody who has clout and talent like Tom Kenny. But like, for example, Cosmo and Wanda, like, you would never know that they're the same voice actors as the parents unless you just knew. You would never know. Dude, that's gotta be part of the reason why cartoons are so boring now, cause like all these characters, they just sound like humans. Like SpongeBob, like all the characters' voices are just so interesting and fun to listen to. Yo, what's up, Zen? Yeah, Tara Strong actually is goated, yeah. She actually wasn't the original voice actor for Timmy. It was somebody else. She's not alive anymore. I hope I'm not remembering this the right way, but I'm almost sure I've seen video of an interview where Butch Hartman made a joke to Tara Strong about the previous voice actor like dying to give her a job or some shit. Like something along those lines. Like the joke is this person is no longer alive, so you got to voice the character. Yeah, what the fuck, man? That's like fucking insane. Yeah, that guy. That guy's something. But no, isn't it crazy how like SpongeBob is just like all A-list voice acting? Like what the fuck ever happened to that like level of quality, man? Like even like Sandy is just so like passionate and expressive. I gotta do runs.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotical nonsense be something you wish. And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, no. Like Mr. Krabs, it's like such a good... He brings that dimension of evil to Mr. Krabs that is just so needed. Like the subtlety of his greed is just so well portrayed with Clancy Brown's voice. Like everything that guy says, you just know he's thinking about money. It's fucking perfect. Yeah, I actually liked Aaron Paul and BoJack Horseman. Dude, it's fucking hilarious, man. I had just gotten off of watching Breaking Bad when I watched BoJack, and I'm like, that sounds similar. Like, there's no way it could possibly... Up, it actually is. Fucking awesome. And what I also noticed is that, Jesse and Todd fucking hate each other in Breaking Bad, obviously for a good reason, right? But Aaron Paul voices a character in BoJack Horseman whose name is Todd, and the actor who plays Todd in Breaking Bad, his name in real life is Jesse. It's so fucking weird. Like, there's no way they did that on purpose in BoJack, but like, holy shit, that's fucking crazy.
Are you ready,
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Dude, some of the best acting. Like, I swear, like, Bryan Cranston is just on another level, dude. Just the ending of Dead Fright, you know, the episode with the scorpion in the jar and the train robbery. Just like Walt's reaction after the gunshot is just so fucking perfect. Like, it's just like just the right amount of compassion. It's like compassion, relief. It's such a, like, it's so fucking crazy. Like, he's not only like amazing at his job, but he's also just like so expressive. Like, his face is just extremely expressive. So you can just tell like everything that's going on inside that guy's head when he's acting. It's so much fun to watch. I'm so glad that they're supposedly bringing him back. It's so good. Yeah, just like every scene he's in, like, it's insane like how expressive his mouth and like eyes are. It's fucking nuts. Like, he brings so much nuance to that character that you can just appreciate 10 times more after knowing how it ends. It's just so good. Like, if we're gonna talk about good actors, like, that's just like, you know. He was a comedy dad before that. Like, imagine if he never got a chance to do that role.
I can't hear you.
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, that may be the most intense 45 minutes of television I've ever watched, but the episode that forever for me, like, will be just like what I will think of when I think of Breaking Bad is 4 Days Out, when they're stuck in the RV and they have to make the battery. Like, that's just the show to me. At least, like, it's just the perfect, like, snapshot of the first couple of seasons. Mm-hmm.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
I mean, it's hard to pick, like, a favorite episode because, like, season 3 and on is just so much different than the first couple of seasons. But yeah, like, Crawl Space, End Times, Face Off, that's probably my favorite, like, section of the show. Like, it doesn't get better than that for me. Like, there's never been a more, like, fucking infuriating line in that show than I gave it to Ted. Like, at that moment you just feel like, oh my fucking god. And you already know that she did. But it just feels so much worse hearing it from her to him.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again.
In that context as well. Yeah, the final shot of the show. Mm-hmm. It's so good.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Oh, I think you might like it. I mean,
Well,
BCS Season 6 is very similar to Season 4 of Breaking Bad so far, in my opinion.
Snack, but there's no time.
I don't want to spoil anything, but like, it's like slow good, you know what I mean? It's like actually very similar. Like Season 3 of Breaking Bad was pretty fast paced, and then it like ends with this like crazy thing. And Season 6 is like the chess game. Like, you know, the payoff that the payoff that comes from the crazy shit, you know. At least like Season 6 Part 1. Like, if it's anything like Season 4, it's probably gonna get fucking crazy by the end. Yeah, I'm waiting for the next episode this Monday. We love Mike.
Jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
I just feel like even though like none of these characters are redeemable, like Mike, out of all of them, Mike is probably the most likable out of all of them. Honestly though, I'm kind of coming around to Jimmy a little bit just because of the Kim Wexler shit. I don't want to talk about like what's happening in Season 6, but like it's driving some wild theories, I will say. Like we don't have that much time left before this show's over, and we need to see like how he becomes Saul Goodman, and it's like starting to feel a little bit weird now with the role she's playing in the show. But let's see what happens. I mean, it's just they took this like extremely clownish almost character and they made him so tragic. Like he's the most tragic character across both series. Oh, absolutely. Like there's gonna be a time jump for the second part, I'm sure. That's the only way any of this works. There's gonna be a time jump to the Breaking Bad timeline. Yeah, I avoided all spoilers. I avoided everything except for the guest stars that are supposedly coming back. That was basically unavoidable though. But I didn't watch the trailers. I'm avoiding everything. I don't like to know anything going into this shit. I just don't really understand why there needs to be a trailer for like a show like Better Call Saul, where like clearly you've seen Breaking Bad. You're gonna watch it, so why do you need a trailer?
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Which one was that? Like, I'm pretty good with Breaking Bad episode names, but I'm not so good with Better Call Saul. Was that the one with the Hummer?
That was a ton of fun.
I don't know, the baseball card dude was around for a while. Yeah. That guy was funny. It's like... I think that, like, Breaking Bad is a really good show for, like, memes and shit, but, like, Better Call Saul is, like, genuinely funny. Like, it's humorous.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, for, like,
Downtown.
the best shit was the pilot of that show. When the guy sticks his head out of the doorway at the very end. Like, that's how you know, like, okay, this is the kind of show this is gonna be. Like, this is already, like, pretty impressive, you know? The pilot of that show is actually, like, the best pilot I've seen for any show ever. I mean, season 1 in general gets pretty slow, and I think it's overall, like, good enough.
You just met the sponge.
Especially since it's riding off the reputation of Breaking Bad, you know? It makes it good enough to watch, but, like, it definitely does start off a little bit slow. But yeah, that pilot is good enough to hook you, though. Regardless of, like, how slow it gets. Yo, what's up, water?
Fresh like a spring breeze.
I agree. Like, it needed a couple of seasons to get its footing, but the show definitely has its own identity. Like, it's a very different show than Breaking Bad. I like it more in a lot of ways than Breaking Bad, but, like, mostly from, like, a rewatch value perspective. As a first-time watch, though, like, yeah, Breaking Bad is just the king, though. Very, very hard to top that. Such a rewatchable show. Or, excuse me, Better Call Saul probably has more rewatch value, but Breaking Bad is just like, I wish I could watch it for the first time again, you know? Oh, the Bale episode. I love the... You're the guy with the mouth. You say a few things and those guys walk right out of there. Well, actually, they wheeled out of there, but... Yeah, it's just so good. I can't tell if it's because it's a funnier show or because, like, being a fan of the show that came before it makes it more apparent that they do try to toss comedy into the show. Because I definitely took Breaking Bad way more seriously than it was supposed to be when I first watched. Like, I kind of questioned the ridiculousness of, like, the blue meth and, like, the fulminated mercury scene, and, like, I think that once you learn that, like, the stuff in the show is not supposed to be realistic, it makes it much more enjoyable. Or not enjoyable, but like captivating. Like it doesn't like take you out of it when some weird shit happens. Like when Lalo jumps on the car from like a fucking story and a half. It's like, Jesus Christ. Like you break your knees. But it's just entertaining. Yo, I literally just started runs like 10 minutes ago. Funny enough, so I guess we'll see. You ever seen the edit where it's like 6 times taller? Like he's just jumping off a cliff.
I feel like a new sponge. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, I just really enjoy that, like, the first couple of seasons of that show, Breaking Bad, to be more specific, are more about them learning the ropes of the business and, like, getting into it. Like, it's their introduction, and then, like, season 3 and 4 are more political. Like, them learning, like, the business and the politics of the business, and then season 5 is just fucking chaos. It's just such a good show. It's structured so well despite being done like on a whim, you know? Because like season 5, honestly, season 5 is probably more similar to season 1 than it is to season 4. Like it's a very different season. Oops. Is this another route? Yeah, it is. It's a little bit different, but we sacrifice time here to save more time later.
I can hear you.
Well,
Yeah.
No, that's the best part is that they even said they wrote the show in a way where each next step the character takes is illogical. It's just whatever logical step they would take, and it just turned out to be as good as it is. Yeah, but it totally makes sense though, because like you can just cut it into parts and it makes, you know, first couple of seasons they're just new to the whole thing. They're trying to figure out how to
they'll
make any money, how to protect themselves. Seasons 3 to 4, they're like involved enough to have the protection. Then it gets political and stuff happens, and then season 5 is just like them trying to run their own, and it just all falls apart.
well,
Oh yeah, there's always stuff to add.
Yep. I make myself a snack.
The strats in this game get pretty crazy, man. It's just a matter of how far you're willing to take it. That is true, yeah. The what was it? M6. It was an M16 machine gun, right?
they'll
Something like that.
Hey.
I forgot exactly what it was. Just had a big ass machine gun in the guy's trunk, and they don't even know what it's going to be used for.
I can hear you.
You're trolling, right?
well,
Yeah.
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
I want to finish a run tonight. Hope I have time.
they'll
Go.
Hey. can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push. What? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
I can't believe we're like halfway through the month, man.
You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
I PB'd this month, right? That was my most recent PB. It was like May 3rd or something. Pretty sure.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Yeah.
What's
Bed Wars? Maybe. Maybe someday. I'm just having a lot of fun with like the From Software stuff and dicking around, you know. I gotta do my sub goals too.
Number
Big gamer. Fuck, 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 fuck balls. That's really fucking stupid. Don't kill me.
This.
I almost made the same mistake I made yesterday. Love it.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yet. I make myself a snack.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah. I was looking into a supplement that supposedly helps that. I can't remember the name of it,
they'll
Go.
but I can try to remember it and bring it up next time.
Hey.
Yeah, that's like one of the things you can do, yeah.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Medications never worked for me. It's like some like nutrient. I can't remember the name of it, but I'll try to remember. Can like Google it. Benadryl just made me fucking tired all the time. Let me look it up now. Quercetin, that's what it's called. I got this quercetin with bromelain supplement. I was like looking into it, reading about it. I don't know too much about it though, so I'm gonna look more into it. But
Are you ready, kids?
quercetin with a Q.
Hear you.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Playing like shit.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
It's just a vitamin. I'm not saying get it. I'm saying like read into it, watch some videos on it maybe.
Hey,
But yeah, I was looking into that. I kind of like stopped halfway through because I got sidetracked, but yeah. Yeah, I wish I could tell you more about it. But that was like one of the things I was looking at for allergies. For like free radical damage, I was looking into NAC, which is kind of a controversial one, which is why I don't take it, but I'm interested in stuff like that, you know, like random supplements and like what they do for you and shit. One that I can absolutely recommend if you have inflammation is turmeric curcumin. That shit's awesome. Curcumin is so fucking cracked, dude. Yeah, see, like, I don't do the multivitamin thing, but I take like different vitamins from different, like, you know, like I like do a lot of research on like which ones to get and like which ones I trust and whatnot. I take like multiple different like capsules and shit, but they're all like handpicked. It's kind of like, it's a fun hobby. It's an expensive hobby, but it is fun to just like, I don't know, research shit like that and figure out which supplements are the best ones.
that was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
I've gotten really into it personally. I have like capsules in like these pill planners that go like 3 weeks out. Yeah, just like finding new supplements, like they're, you know, less expensive and better for you. Trading them out. It's a reset.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I
Yeah, I hope I don't get the numbers wrong, but curcumin is just the active ingredient in turmeric and pretty much just helps your inflammation. There's like a little bit of piperin in most of these supplements. Like you want to get it with piperin included, which is just the active ingredient in black pepper, and that increases your absorption and bioavailability of the turmeric, you know, that active ingredient by 2,000%, something like that. It's fucking nuts.
Hey.
So it's just legitimately better for you than just eating turmeric like straight up. Just a little like orange looking capsule. Yeah, it's one of the best things I've added. Like omega-3 capsules, definitely worth it. Vitamin D and K2, definitely worth it. There are some that I'm taking that I'm probably going to cut out in the future. Like vitamin E, I'm probably going to stop taking that as a capsule and just eat more vegetables that have it. I take vitamin B in the form of nutritional yeast, which is just like, you know, I try to just keep it to like natural stuff if I can. The only synthetic I'll take is B1, because synthetic B1 can like absorb faster and it's faster acting. If you eat some like pancakes or some shit, pop a couple of B1s and it helps minimize the damage. Yeah, I usually do that when I eat crap. They're just good to have. Absolutely, yeah. Like the nutritional yeast that I take actually is fortified with B12, so because most of that stuff doesn't have it, but they add it to the one that I take, so I have it in my diet. But it's not like a pill or anything. It's like a thing you chew on. They're little chew capsules, like Flintstone gummies or whatever you call them. Just like every B vitamin plus B12, and it's nice. Yeah, you just grind it up. Yeah, exactly. I just take them as chew capsules, though. I just take like 6 a day. It sounds like a lot, but like when you consider how small they are. I mean, the recommended dosage is 9. I only do 6. Just because it's fucking expensive. And I also just like, I'm already taking the synthetic B1 as kind of like a detox thing, so I don't want to overdo it.
Downtown.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna look into that.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Rollerific.
I think I'll be fine.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
You know, if you look at it this way, I didn't think of this until now. We entered the year with a 4408, so technically we're halfway to a 42. If you base it off of like where we started this year and where we're planning on finishing. Well, I guess that really depends on like what I want to do with 100, but yeah. It's like how, the funny thing is, I went into 100 this year with only 75 seconds left to get a 109. And then I'm, at least for now, I'm finishing with a 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 0 seconds. So cringe. I mean, it's fine though, because like, obviously 100 is not the priority. But I would like to improve it a lot more. I just feel like this is where I gotta be right now. Make that 42 happen.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, I don't cook shit.
downtown.
I don't know why I'm so afraid to start learning how to cook.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
I just eat a lot of raw ingredients. I eat a lot of just like, you know, shit you can buy prepared or just vegetables.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey,
Yo, what's up? Thank you.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Thanks, man.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah.
You just met the Sponginator.
Yo, what's up, man? Thanks for 17, 18. Good morning. Nice badge.
I feel like a new sponge. Up for a game of sponge ball?
I think just sponge tonight. Just 'cause it's late, and I got plans after. Some people are gonna help me with optimizing my audio and video, make the stream quality better. So I don't have as much time as I would like.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ouch!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Yeah, hair loss is like one of those things. Also, Raphael, what's up? Hair loss is like I don't have a problem with that, but it's something that I want to think about because like it's important in show business, you know, to like avoid shit like that. Like streaming is the same thing. Like I don't think like it necessarily runs in my family, but yeah, just for men in general, something you gotta be aware of, I guess.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yeah, it totally like, yeah. I guess it really depends on your hairstyle. But exactly, it's important for business. It's important for your career. I mean, that's the right way of looking at things. Like, it's important to care about stuff like that. But too many people, like, do it for, like, popularity or, like just for popularity itself, you know? Or, like, you know what I mean. Like to impress people. But that's just the healthy way of looking at it, is like, legitimately there is a difference when it comes to how quickly you can move up in your career if you're more attractive. It's totally true for everything. It's not just limited to, like, you know, show business and shit. Like, it's unbelievable how young some people look in, like, acting and shit like that. Because they took all the precautionary steps to stay young. Yeah, for me personally, I just do, like, precautionary things, like, I take collagen every day. I don't know. Try to keep my stress low. Yeah. Fucking tastes like swamp water, but like you just pretend it's ice cream or something. I have to come up with a new way to suppress my gag reflex every day. Fucking tastes like Shrek's piss. I think you can just have better skin just by having the right diet. Like, I've noticed that my skin has more color ever since I started like taking vitamins and shit. I don't go outside anymore often, but people have said, like, even like from like the camera's perspective, I've gotten it in person and I've gotten it on stream, that my skin looks better. Yeah. And I don't even like go outside. You don't have to like toast yourself to make yourself look better. Also, really fucking weird shit that I didn't even think about, that apparently does have an influence on your facial structure, is tongue posture. Doesn't that sound weird? Like where you keep your tongue. I mean, like some people like don't keep their jaw together when they have their mouth closed.
Downtown.
Like some people just let their teeth hang, and you can tell when you look at them like they're not making an effort to keep their jaw closed. But like keeping the tongue on the top of your roof is apparently like where it's supposed to be. And like that just helps develop your jaw. It's like the reason why old people get the sagginess under their chin. Because they're not like keeping good posture in their mouth. It's so fucking weird.
You just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying.
Does it matter after puberty? I mean, like, compare my beard to how it was a year ago when I was eating ice cream every day and not taking vitamins and like my skin and all that shit. Like just do a side by side. It's crazy the transformation you can make just by like changing your posture and your diet. Compare my posture, compare my neck to how it was 2 years ago around this time. Like 2 years ago for the posture, 1 year ago for like the skin and hair. It definitely makes a difference. Like, absolutely.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
I feel sharper, like I can do more. I can think like quicker. I can come up with better jokes. Like I look back at like the shit I used to say when I was trying to be funny a few years ago, and it's like, it's just so like, it's so lazy. But the joke was that it was lazy. It's like lazy, like layered laziness. I don't know, the delivery was just bad. It's just, I mean, that's just probably just like experience, but still. I think it's all multi-factored. You take better care of yourself, better things happen. Yeah, I only use scissors. I don't use like the shaving stuff. Fucks with my skin.
There's another one.
Yeah.
Lion squirrel coming through.
Yo, Zach, thanks for the 13. No, it's an early stream, kind of. I mean, I started late. I started at like midnight. I'll be going for a couple more hours. Yeah, it's just like... It's interesting, like living in two different universes where... I feel like... I don't know if it was you who said this earlier, but like, people really do tend to resent the people who put a lot of effort into conducting themselves. And the people who put a lot of effort into it tend to resent the people who don't. That's just like life. But like, generally speaking, I feel like people are much happier when they put in that extra effort. Like, to the point where like, people you used to be able to hang around who just don't care or let themselves go, just like start to become toxic, you know? Like, I think it's good to help people like uplift themselves, but there's only so much you can do sometimes. And people are just holding you back. I think that loyalty is a good thing to have though, like always help people feel better about themselves and stay motivated. Yeah, some people just don't care. It's like hard to believe.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Maybe like take like 20% out of the like, if you're gonna have like 100% loyalty and 100% honesty, I'd rather have 80% honesty and 120% loyalty. I think that's healthier, because sometimes being too honest is like, I've learned over the years that being too honest is like
they'll
very off-putting to most people. Like, it's very rare to find somebody who appreciates full honesty. But nobody gets enough loyalty. That's like, that's the best thing somebody can have. Yeah, people just don't want to put in effort into stuff.
Can't jellyfish today.
You just get the sense that people wish you put less effort into things so they can, you know, compete with you despite putting in less effort. You see that everywhere. It's intimidating when people like fucking Ludwig just like explode in popularity, and they're just like endlessly driven to improve their craft, you know? You see that happen all the time with streamers in this industry, I guess you'd call it. Just suddenly blowing up and doing all the right things, you know? I mean, for me personally, I just look at it as like an inspiring thing where if you do put in effort, you can be noticed for it. Because I've always felt like I've been playing a different game when it comes to stuff like that, like the streaming game. I just feel like where most people would just like see stuff like that and be like jealous and intimidated by it, I kind of view it as like, this guy is succeeding in his own lane, you know?
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Like, my goals are different than this guy's. I'm not going to be resentful, despite us being like the same size streamer at one point. It's not really a comparable scenario.
wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Like, for me, all that's important to me is having the best balance of, like, competitive improvement and entertainment possible. Like, I want to be the most competitive speedrunner I can be, while also being the most entertaining. So, like, I'll never be the best I can possibly be at both. I already acknowledge that, but that balance is, like, pretty important to my identity as a streamer, and what people appreciate about the stream is that I can put this much effort into the game and still entertain people and still talk to people and stuff, and just not like shut down completely as a person just because I'm trying to get better. And that's like something that not a lot of people can do. If anybody out there is doing it better than I am, I would love to try and do it better than them. Because I think it's one of those things where it's not easy to do both like that, you know? Especially for this long. Like, who else dedicates 6 years to their entire life to competing and streaming the same game every day? Like, if people don't view me as being in a league of my own at this point, then I would sure love to earn that respect someday. This fucking trick is so stupid, dude. It's like laggy and fucking 1 frame.
I feel like a new sponge.
Just go again.
Are you ready, kids?
Ugh. Yeah, I could just never really figure it out. Like, 2017 was the earliest I questioned like what direction I want to go with the popularity I acquired. Like, coming off of GDQ, it was up to me to decide, like, you can either go the content route or you can try to be like the best speedrunner you can possibly be. And I've always switched back and forth between the two. Like, each year, you can kind of just tell where my head is and like what I'm focusing on. Like, just 2021, for an example, was pretty good to compare, like, the attitude for the first half of the year compared to the second half. And just, like, trying to do both at the same time has always been a struggle for me. Because for both, it's never enough. Like, it's hard to kind of create a relationship between the two that feed into each other and improve both. And I feel like I've kind of got that going right now, where I'm getting better runs than I ever have, I'm improving faster than I ever have, and I'm still able to do the stuff like the other games and shit, and talk to people while I'm playing. So I feel like I got that going, but now the difficulty is like mixing in this other shit that I only recently found out I can do a couple of years ago, with the video editing and documentarian stuff. Like, I didn't even know that I was capable of creating stuff like that until 2 years ago. And now I have to figure out how to keep that up without disappointing people. And it's just a never-ending shit list of stuff that I'm trying to do and keep competitive in. Because I'm just like throwing the game when it comes to YouTube. Like, I can easily be just as competitive on YouTube as the rest of the speedrun content creators, but I'm just not. Yeah, I kind of resent that I don't have time for it to budget when I stream this much every day. It's just really hard to be everything at once. I post shorts now, yep. I started doing that. It's a very easy, effortless thing to do. I'm talking about like content, like real content though, like good shit, like the history videos, you know? Like long-form mega projects that just take a while to do and that people can appreciate as like almost like a movie when they watch it. Like, I'm capable of organizing and executing something as big as that, I should be doing more of it. But I'm not. I'd love to be able to mix it into my schedule more. I think the big thing holding me back is the sub goals. I need to finish those. I've made so many promises that I've just like not gone through with yet. That's a big part of it for sure.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, I thought that after school, I would have time for all this stuff, but all I did was just adjust my schedule to have more time for this. It's just so, like, I think it's also a product of the game getting harder too. Like, I feel I need more hours to do shit. Like, I was kind of doing it in 2020, but, like, game got way harder.
I feel like a new sponge.
Yo, Cat, thank you. Yeah, it's just like, it's just a never-ending cycle where I keep giving the game more of my attention and time, and that forces the game to get harder and require more of my attention and time. So I never have time to budget for doing things like making videos and stuff. And like, I'm just wondering how much of that is in my head at this point. I feel like I need to play at least 9 to 10 hours a day, any percent, to be able to do what I want to do when it comes to like variety content. And I can have like maybe 1 or 2 streams a week where I go overboard and stream for like 15 hours, but without ruining my sleep schedule entirely. But then what? I mean, it's just so hard to. Like, there's something missing, I guess. I need a secretary or something. I need somebody to talk to who can just write down my ideas when I'm like eating. Just get the ideas on paper. I tend to do that. I have a notepad that I've been adding to for the past 2 years of just ideas for the next parts of the history videos. And even though like a lot of the jokes and stuff that I write down will probably be outdated by the time I get around to them, if they're still funny 2 years from now, it goes to show it's going to age well. I need a secretary who likes to eat at Dorsia.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator.
Sonny is my secretary. He's very helpful. He does things like lay on the floor and make noises. What's up? Dude, I'm so fucking bad, man.
I feel like a new sponge. I'm rollerific.
Sonny gets paid in cat food. I don't know if you're okay with that. Sonny is irreplaceable. I don't drink alcohol. Just don't really have interest in it. I'm not opposed to drinking it, I just don't have any interest, you know what I mean? No preference, no interest, just whatever. I'm just extremely whatever about it.
I feel like a new sponge.
Ugh.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, is like... I think that none of that matters as long as your boss is somebody who cares and can recognize people who care, because that's how you're gonna move up and make a difference, you know? I mean, it's the same way. It's the same way in this community where, like, people in the past have gotten frustrated at not moving up when it comes to, like, moderators and stuff. People who, like, work with me on things. Like, people just, like, feel like they're being unfairly treated when they don't get moved up. But
Yeah.
I don't know, like, if you look at the list of people who are, like, higher social status in this community, it's not the people who've been watching the longest or playing the longest. It has nothing to do with that. It's just, like, people who bring something unique to the table and, like, care about more than just, like, going to work every day. Because I don't really care if, like, you're good at the game. It has nothing to do with that. Because playing the game is easy, like, you know? It's the stuff outside of the game that's hard. And the people who tend to get my attention in this community are the people who do things other than just playing the game. Especially things that I wouldn't have thought of myself. Like, those are the people that I really like to prop up.
Jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for
That's talent that otherwise would be spent on another community, not this one. But to keep people appreciated who bring a lot to the table. It's the same thing with work. And then you get people in communities that are just like irreplaceable. Like when the skill and the experience meets the well, yeah, when the skill meets the experience, I guess. Not just in that particular skill, but just like involvement with the community. Like for example, my highlight reel editor, it would be almost impossible to replace him at this point, most likely, unless somebody stepped up who's been watching actively for 6 years and like learn how to edit as well as he does. And again, there's the added factor of the creativity that you can't just learn. Like, he's just a genuinely creative person who comes up with funny gags and shit, you know? That's something that you can't really teach effectively, at least. Yeah, exactly. It's like it wouldn't be the same without him, for sure. And people just like completely underestimate that aspect of business, is that I have to make more money to keep him around. Like, I have to pay him a fair or more than fair amount to keep him invested in this and like, no matter, like, even just like, not just like keeping him making stuff, but keeping him motivated to make stuff. Like, money is a big factor in that. If I can't afford it, they're not going to be as good. It doesn't matter if you're paying the bare minimum, like, they're not going to be as good. Absolutely not. Why should they be? It's not fair. It's just like, there's a lot that goes into like, and again, like, this is just like a relationship between two people in a one-man stream, you know? And it's already that complicated, and you imagine like how complicated it is to run a corporation. Like, it's unfortunate, but corporations have to make money. Otherwise, it all just falls apart. That's how you end up with Twitch, where they're always making bad decisions. They're always never on the same page with their community, and like, it all starts from just like bad partnerships, I'd imagine. People just lose the company identity when shit starts going bad. Yeah, exactly. I'll bet there are a good number of people who wouldn't have given my stream a second chance if it weren't for that highlight reel that came out like a month ago or so. Very plausible. It's just life-changing stuff, you know? It's a huge part of my business. I should have started the Patreon sooner, you know? It's like absolutely necessary. That's fine. I mean, it's like a little bit of time, but we'll recover.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yo, Grandshine, what's up?
What's
Patreon special benefits. At the moment, I am currently offering early access to highlight reels and getting your name in the credits of them. Because that's the angle that I'm going for at the moment. Like, it's a way to support the highlight reels, and by extension the stream. But it's also just a way to support me if that's what you're looking for. But I feel like that's just the most immediate benefit, is that a more healthy Patreon and money coming in from YouTube and like plugging the Patreon on the highlight reels. Like tying those two products together kind of gives you more of a sense of what you're paying for. Because like with the stream, like you get the tangible benefit of not watching ads, for example. You have the chat badge, like there's not as much of a tangible benefit. Like what product are you paying for? Me? Like no, you're paying for the highlight reels. Like that's what the product is tied to. It's $4 a month. So if you're looking for a product to support me, for example, because that happens all the time, like you have like a company or like a friend who's running a company and you want to pay for their product to support them, not even because it's your favorite product, you just want to support the person making it. You have two options now, and one of them is cheaper, literally cheaper than the other, and gives me more money. So, you know, it's just like, I think it's just a good idea. Like you're paying for the highlight reels. Because that's like the YouTube extension of the stream, you know? And we'll extend that to the history videos as well. I don't want to focus like my worth so much on speedrunning, because that's not at all what my worth is really. It's only a percentage of my worth, my value. Speedrunning keeps me motivated and improving in more aspects than just the actual hobby itself. So I think it's a good thing to keep around, but there has to be more to it than just that. At the moment, we're only doing it through Discord. Like if you're in the Discord, you have to like link your Patreon to get in the Discord for privacy reasons, because people have their like first and last name on their Patreon, and I don't want to like compromise that. Yeah, it just makes it more anonymous, makes it so people who are supporting to support, who may not necessarily care or want their username in the highlight reels, can like separate themselves from that. No, absolutely. Because without context, none of this would matter. The history videos are the game, as far as I'm concerned. That's why I need to finish them. Dude, housing right now fucking sucks, dude. Yeah. Like, it's kind of scary what I'm up against with the second part, like trying to do better in the third. Just making the stuff happening behind the monologues more engaging, and like just the task of like being able to make people laugh and cry all in the same video is pretty fucking tough to go up against, because a lot of people felt that way about the second one. That's just like, those are two very hard things to evoke from people. I made the history videos with little to no editing experience. The first history video was the first video I ever keyframed in. So yeah, there was no skill involved there. It was literally just storytelling and writing. Yeah, I guess that's the point too. I don't really view it as a comeback though, because I'm not promising to make more after that. I'm just more finishing what I started. I mean, I'll probably make more because I want to, but not because I have to. Like, I wouldn't call it a comeback. I'd just say it's just, like, when I'm ready.
So that's
Yeah, Adobe Premiere Pro.
here.
Yeah, I didn't know how to keyframe anything. I learned all that stuff on the fly just to get those videos up before Rehydrated came out.
Okay.
This run is horrible. They're very similar from what I've heard. Average Trey uses Vegas. I knew that. And you can still do good stuff in Vegas.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable.
Yeah, part one of the history videos is kind of cool because like you can kind of tell that like I was learning how to do stuff as the video was progressing, like more creative ways of getting around the knowledge barrier. Like a lot of the stuff that I did in there was like super basic, but it looked more complex than it actually was, with like the arrows moving and shit.
The robot better change tactics and fast.
Like it looks intimidating, but trust me, that video was made in a week and a half and I had no experience otherwise, other than just like cutting stuff together and like adding transitions.
The old clothesline move.
I just taught myself how to do it because I had to. Because the game needed those history videos, they needed that context before the remake came out. It would not, like, I don't even want to know of a world where people didn't have that context before that fucking game came out. Because our little tiny community knew, but everybody else had to know as well, like how it all started. Even the majority of the community didn't even know how it started, but now it's just common knowledge, all the shit that happened up to that point. People will take that for granted though. Like, just imagine a world where those history videos didn't exist, existing in this community. They needed to happen when they did, or we would have been in big trouble. I just don't feel like we need the next ones for now. I just need that moment where, like, I feel like they're necessary. Because when it's do or die, I didn't want to use that expression, but like shit, that kind of was like a do or die scenario. Like either those videos come out, or nobody's gonna know how this shit started when they're playing that game. And I swear, they had a huge impact on like all the different magazines and stuff, all the huge influencers talking about speedrunning when the game came out. Like people were aware of those videos even if they hadn't seen them. That's the kind of thing that everybody sees and they're recommended, and even though they're not clicking on it, they know what's up. You keep seeing how speedrunning revived the game and you're recommended all day long and everybody else you know is seeing it too. It kind of just reinforces that idea, you know? You just got lucky and worked hard. That's just how everything is. You work hard, you get lucky, you work hard because you got lucky. And then you get lucky because you worked hard, and then you just keep doing that. Yeah, good joke. Haha, movie. Yeah, I'd love to see them just reuse this game as Rehydrated and make a worse version of a worse game. That's what we all need. Glad that people stopped comparing the two games though, because like, damn, they really thought they were on this level. Just come on, man. At this point, like, it's undeniable. This is the greatest SpongeBob game of all time. Who the fuck is gonna argue against that? such a profound history behind such a simple game. Fuck.
Yeah.
Thanks, Portal, for the 6 months. What's up? Saul Goodman, speedy justice for you. Oh my god. Fuck! That's so bad, dude. Oh my god. Zero. We didn't get these spatulas that we buy with this before. Yeah, you don't have to... This game's not linear. You can get whatever spatulas you want. We just replaced the spatulas that we used to get with 8 of these. This run's fucking horrible. I'm probably gonna reset. Alright, I'll see it through. I'm not happy about it. And I did mean 8, by the way, because we got 1 before.
Sorry.
And now the one that we buy is not part of the set of 8 that we collect now. It's complicated. This game is really buggy. Yeah, it was 11.5 minutes and 100%. Before then it was like 17 to 18, I think. Before that it was 24. The dupe spat, correct. So, back in 2017, I had this theory that every Mr. Krabs in each hub is a separate Mr. Krabs. And that you can just buy 8 spatulas, like, from all of them, if you could just talk to them individually. And YoMan47 confirmed this by looking into the game's code, that there are in fact 3 different ones and different spatulas. And then Super Flare Star figured out how to do it, like how to actually get them. But it wouldn't be until a couple of years ago when some people figured out, that didn't work by the way, some people figured out how to make it fast. So how it works, you avoid talking to Mr. Krabs until you talk to him outside the Krusty Krab. If you have 3,000 shiny objects, you can buy the first spatula from him before getting the missions unlocked in your menu. Then you unlock the missions after buying the first spatula. And if you beat the first boss after unlocking the missions, you can get an entire new set of 8 after already having bought them in the 3rd hub world before accepting the missions. So you buy 1 in the beginning of the game, which is why we do all the shiny object collecting until we get to 3,000, which is woven into the rest of the strats that we do and the segments that we do. And then we get 8 more from SBA. So there actually is shiny object management for the first like 10 minutes of the run. But after that, it doesn't matter. We just do SBA. With SBA, you have rate management though. Like depending on how quickly the 30s are moving, you have to adjust your movement. So, you know, ideally, be able to pause immediately after you drown and just leave when you have enough. You want to be sure of how many you have and drown and pause after you respawn. That's ideal. Well, truly ideal would be doing the skip where you go under the pier without the slide. But with one Tiki, it's very rare you have enough to be able to do that, so I just don't even bother. Another reason why some of best in this game is never going to be something you could play within like some games people play within like 30 seconds. There's some of best for like 40 minutes. Fuck no, that's not happening in this game. Nope. I can see it within like a minute and 20 though. I can see that happening. It was always viewed as inconsistent. But of course, like, when it was viewed as unviable, I was still doing it anyway. That's just kind of the general trend. It's unviable until somebody proves it's not. Just like swingerless. Yeah. If anybody was doubting after all these years I could still do stuff like that, I think that swingerless really showed people that I really just don't care how hard something is. Like, it doesn't really matter. 100%'s got so much more time that can be saved. Now that that's been proven to be a thing that you can do and save time. There are like 4 or 5 more of those that can be done.
Jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yeah, given enough time, I can bring that category to like a fucking 107. Just need time. Yeah, I got up late. That's why I'm on late. Bacon, what's up? I'm not sure. Maybe in the next couple of days, I'm thinking. I have stuff planned after my stream to improve the stream, so I gotta work on that. Tomorrow, I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Depends. Depends on when I wake up. Might have to catch up with friends at some point this week. Don't know how that's gonna impact my schedule. Not sure. Like, I think that right now with the game as well, like I'm starting to push really hard and it's pushing really hard back. And I feel like this is kind of just like important to spend a lot of time on right now. Why didn't that go through?
Yeah, Gary.
Yeah, I don't want to
it
like
sure
just,
looks
I don't want to
like-
lose focus because I think I'm starting to actually get somewhere.
Are you ready, kids?
We're almost halfway to 42.
Hear you.
Yeah, just get over the barrier.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
You can do it. Good old back crack. Oh. Okay.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Why am I playing like shit?
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
well,
Yet. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
Bad move.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey.
I know you haven't watched season 6 of Better Call Saul yet.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
That's what it reminded me of.
Ow!
Yeah. Oh, okay. You mean like the teaser for season 6 episode 1? Like with the ties falling into the basket or whatever? Yeah. I love that scene.
Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
God, it's just so inspiring, man. You can really just make any mundane thing seem fantastic with just some storytelling. There's just no excuse. Even like when I was working on the history videos, like part 2, there were some spots where I was like, okay, this is like just kind of filler. I can just like put some stuff for people to look at. Like, no, you can just like putting a little bit more effort into like just every little detail. Like people appreciate stuff like that. Makes me want to try harder when I work on the next ones after watching shows like that. That show just never feels repetitive.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
Yeah, I just feel like the history videos, like even though like a lot of the part 1 stuff was speculative, it's important to make a story surrounding stuff like that so people just like remember the details and keep it alive, you know? Like there has to be some kind of a narrative to make it memorable. Because you know the original plan for those videos was to just like spew information. Like it was supposed to cover the entire history of the game just by like talking about it. But I ended up having so much fun editing that I decided to, you know, give each part, like split it into parts and give each part the time it deserves. I knew I wasn't going to have enough time to do all of it in good quality before Rehydrated came out. Because we got the announcement for the release date in the middle of editing part 1. And I was like, oh boy. There's not going to be enough time. Yeah, it was originally like a repetitive info dump that I was not proud of. But then I rewrote a lot of stuff over and over and over again. And even if you look at the script for part 2, it's very different than how the actual video plays out. There are actually a lot of lines that were cut out because I got too carried away. Like the ending bit that showed like the drawing of like all the SpongeBob characters standing together. That was like 2 times longer in the script than it actually was on the screen. Just because like listening to it felt corny going on for so long. Like that video could have easily been like an hour and 45, but I cut a lot of it out.
Hey.
I think the pacing is just right. Like it's just so captivating, even though I'm the person who made it. Like it's still like, it's just so intriguing. Like the pacing in the first like 20 minutes is like really slow, and gives you enough time to like kind of meet everybody and understand like what the community goals are and stuff, and like get a feel for what these people are like. And it does that all without like any facial expressions or even like just voices for the most part. You just get an idea of like what everybody's like as a person. And stuff like the super acquaintances bit. So now you're like really invested. So when the end of the summer comes and then the big time happens, it feels good. You get that payoff of like, okay, these people kind of like allowed this thing to happen and the game is like super hype and people are really getting into it. And now the real challenges come up, like, okay, you guys passed the tutorial. At this point, we're literally halfway through the video, which is obviously intentional. Like, the second half of the video is very different than the first one. Now it's like, okay, it's like you guys exist now, you're on the map, but can you get the game in a GDQ? And can you get it under an hour? And it's like, yeah, we can do that. And we can also get the attention of the developers who are going to make the remake, and we're going to get the attention of the original developers, and we're going to get the stream partnered. Like, it's just like, yeah, we're going to do all that and more. It's just like such a fun thing to like reminisce. And I feel like it's cool that people who weren't around back then to kind of like feel like they were around back then. It's just a good, just a really good feeling knowing that people can kind of like relive it. It's like the Bible. Like that's the attitude that people should have about the game, is the attitude that's expressed in that video.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
If you're gonna rewatch them, I suggest waiting for part 2's commentary VOD going up real soon. Or not commentary, reaction VOD. Like the premiere with the chat on the screen reacting to everything when it was first streamed. Yeah, that VOD's going up on YouTube in like a few days, I think.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt.
It's lined up.
Thank you.
Even the part where I was talking about what it took to make it before the stream went on, because I forgot to hit start streaming.
You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah. That was such a big deal. The first one got so much more attention than I thought it would. So many more people came and watched it than I thought they would. And like nobody knew what to expect for the first one because I'd never made a video like that before. People were just so impressed by the first one that like the second one was just like so like anticipated. I felt good like kind of proving myself in something other than just playing the game. I kind of needed something like that for a long time. Fuck this trick.
I feel like a new sponge.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
It's funny. That's like how this feels sometimes. Like I'm just getting carried away with like trying to figure out how to play the game. Like I'm not even sure if I'm attempting to beat my time right now, or if I'm just like scoping things out. I really don't even know. I'm just kind of playing and seeing what happens. Yeah, we're out here.
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Maybe I'll see some numbers that make some light bulbs go off. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
Now I can wear 4 pairs
Yeah,
of
likewise, I feel
underwear.
fortunate to have people around here who know what they're talking about when it comes to tech shit.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. just met the Sponginator. Boy, Patrick will be glad to have this back. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
That's the second time in a row that's happened to me. The momentum is just ridiculous, dude. The cannon sends you so fast.
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Are you ready, kids?
Early game's getting slower on average. Tomorrow, well, I mean,
well,
it's not clear, but usually celebrate it on the 15th.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
On Sunday, funny enough. Falls on a Sunday this year. Yeah, let's just go back to playing the game that I clearly enjoyed last night a lot. Yesterday morning.
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Yeah, we don't know when he was born because he was a rescue cat. So like May is his birth month, and
I'm going fishing for robots!
I think his birth certificate says May 15th, but we don't really know. You know what I mean, like adoption certificate. You know what I mean. Sunday.
That was a ton of fun! I should do it again sometime!
boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger
true.
hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
So true.
You've just met the Sponginator.
That's not good. Have you slept yet, man? Yeah, of course I fucking get it. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Dude, the Thunder Tikis are just so inconsistent to judge.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
What inspired the impromptu Dutchman playthrough yesterday? Money.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
What inspired you to play Revenge of the Flying Dutchman right after 12 hours of speedrunning? Money.
Can't jellyfish today.
It was like, you know, it was a pretty chill playthrough of a really bad game. Thought it was cool that we made it somewhat entertaining just because the game is so bad. Felt like I had to carry a lot of weight with my commentary, but you know, we got through it. It's definitely a way to experience the game. Yeah, Sean fucking paid money. You know, the usual. He came in saying like how many bits to stream for 15 hours and just like, yeah, you know, I'll do whatever, this, that, and whatever. Said I'd play Dark Souls for a few hours. Said he didn't want to see that, and I'm like, alright, what do you want to see? Which I don't get. I think he just wanted to see me suffer. Some people just like to watch bad games, man.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah.
I would never stream on. Dude, if I slept on stream, dude, I'd be so scared that I like fucking piss myself or some shit. I would never be able to fall asleep on stream with people watching me. That's like terrifying.
They'll
Go.
Hey,
Yeah. That's a little bit too personal for me.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
That's the hidden Patreon tier. Toilet cam, $100 a month. Good God. I'm so bad.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta work on that.
Snack. But there's no time.
Like, I'm willing to change stuff. I don't want to compromise the quality of the rest of the game.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
It's the money generating trick, yeah.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
Doing alright, Lost, and welcome to the chat. The annoying ding sound. The shiny objects being collected. You know what that is, right? It's just somebody tapping on a glass with a spoon, and it's just sped up.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
I love it. It's so satisfying to collect them. Such a good game. I love everything about it. The sound design is so good, except for, you know, the glitches. The SBA making the loud noise.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, and cruise boosting is just a crank sped up. It's like a cranking device. If you slow down these sounds, it makes more sense. You can like hear them
Downtown.
like how they originally were.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, of course it is. There is no other game that has so much depth for how small it is.
You just met the
Like,
Sponginator.
on the surface, this game is like a very simple, small, little 3D platformer, but like, there's just so much dirt that has been dug up over the years. It's so much fun. So much fun rolling in dirt. No, you just take the sound and you slow it down in a video editor and you can hear it for what it is. I mean, I know this from like editing videos. I'm like, oh shit, it's just tapping on a glass. Just a crack, you know?
It shines. Ow.
Yeah, they're just like little like cool things, like the fucking checkpoints just quack at you. Like, I don't know, it's just classic. Just the sounds they chose for certain situations. It's so memorable. That was a little bit too high.
There's another one. Flying squirrel on the ground.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
I think that my iconic memory of frustration playing these games when I was a kid was trying to find all the extras in the SpongeBob movie game. That shit took forever. Like, I was the only person that I knew who found all of them eventually. Nobody else I knew was able to find all of them. This is like before the internet was like commonly used to 100% games, so like, it was like cool. This is a bad situation. Okay. Yeah, it would be. It's been a while.
With sleep, drink.
Yeah, the game's just all 1 frames. Yes.
Heck. What's
Phew! SpongeBob. So that. Spon, you're. Fuck. Ow.
Alright, this is workable.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast. Spelling! The old
That's awesome,
clothesline
man.
move.
That's like super cool. So like I assume you probably saw the history videos through like Moist Critical or something, like his reaction to them.
What a shocking takedown by Patrick!
I think a lot of people also watch those history videos not realizing that I uploaded them as well. Yo, Frank, thank you so much, man.
Spelling! The old clothesline move.
Up we go.
Oh, nice flying, head thing move by Patrick.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, that was a long time ago. All that stuff happened when I was 19, early 20s.
Wow, I've never seen such an electrifying match.
Yeah, I hope that people went back and watched the full videos, because, like, There's a lot of shit in there, you know? There's a lot of good shit. I'm 25.
Swing! The old clothesline move.
Like 25 and a half.
Whoa! What an opening for a guy literally filled with
6 years ago, I was just starting to get
what an
good.
uppercut.
Like, maybe like a week from now, 2 years ago, I started to realize, like, okay, I have potential to get good at the game.
Swing! The old clothesline move.
Yeah.
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match
I
is
started in,
just
like,
about
very,
over.
very late March, early April of 2016. That's when I started playing the game.
Swing! The old clothesline move. That rope.
Good point.
Hey,
I've been caught.
Spot.
That's so crazy. Hey Beals, what's up? I always forget that I have the ball off the ledge that I can potentially do if I need more time. I always forget about that strat. It's pretty nifty.
Up we go.
I don't know why I picked that up, but in some situations that might actually be a good idea. Fuck. So clutch. I really hope that works. Much better. Yo, what's up? Unfortunate that I had that shit fall out, but like, if I really wanted to make sure I got a run, I could have just went to the right instead of the left at first, so I don't know, I probably should have been able to predict it. I had a feeling, I just, you know, decided to take a risk, because it would have paid off, it worked. If I had predicted that it was going to fall out, that would have been perfect, though. Like, that couldn't have been better for the cards I'd been dealt.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Slow. This is indeed my full-time job, yep. I also do YouTube stuff though. I'm trying to make that kind of like my second job. But yeah, Twitch is currently my full-time job. Alright, this is workable. I forgot that I already hit him once. Yeah, I don't know, man. This run's pretty rough.
Welcome to the...
Oh,
Good.
Scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
Sand mountains.
That's bullshit. Okay, so we're quite a bit behind, but
So that
I can potentially save 40 seconds after Industrial Park.
so that
You don't have to save 40, but we can.
so that
If I get good spins, we're in a good spot. That's what it comes down to.
so that so that so that so that
I did not. I played an even scarier game
so that
where the main character unleashes an evil ghost that steals his friends and turns them into working crew members of a ghostly ship. It's a really riveting story.
Yikes! Looks like like SpongeBob's in for a rough ride.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Great Barrier Reef!
Ow!
That's the ticket!
Yeah, I think it was called Among Us or something like that. Something to do with crewmates.
Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
Yeah, man, it's really good. It's just pure adrenaline. You know a game is really engaging when I have my arms up on the armrests playing. That's how you know it's riveting gameplay.
What is Sandy going to do to get SpongeBob unfrozen?
Yeah, it'll be on the VOD channel in like a few days or something. I usually, like, I have like a backlog of like 4 or 5 VODs just so I can like let them process in HD before they go up. Yeah.
That hot goo could melt anything. Oh, that was a doozy.
Yeah, VOD channel. Gotta support the VOD channel.
SpongeBob will be back in the ring.
It'll be more efficient once I change my encoding format. It's also just nicer to watch on YouTube.
That does it. SpongeBob is back in the fight.
I feel like a new sponge.
So lucky. Just like, I don't even, that's all I gotta say. That was just fucking pure luck. He could have just went straight to the fucking back corner on that one. We got 2 extra spins or some bullshit.
The robot better change tactics and
Alright,
fast.
this isn't terrible. This is like, this might be workable if I can get him quickly. I think we might be okay. That's
Look
fucked
at
up.
that. The robot's made himself dip.
Of course, man. Well, this run sucks.
I'm
Yeah. We gotta grow it a little bit. That's how it goes. Bad angle. I wouldn't have made it if I had jumped any later. I couldn't physically jump on that frame, so. Tired of bad runs. Doesn't even bother me. Like fucking 2744 is so unacceptable for this point in the game. Yo, SLGB, thank you for the raid. I just reset a bad run. How's it going? Nice. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm just getting really shitty early games. When was the last time I saw something under 2740? It's a little concerning. Sub note, thank you, man. When was the last time I saw something under 2730? Even. I've never seen a sub 2740 on this route yet. I'm just not getting enough runs. It's not even about like the difficulty of the beginning, I'm just not finishing enough. I think that SBA is a big part of that. Robopat's a big part of that. Just like, I got a golden opportunity with the early game in my PB, and I somehow managed to clutch it. Same as my 100%, actually. Alright, well, I feel like that's fine for tonight. I know I didn't stream as long as I usually do, but I got on pretty late, and I've got stuff going on after. And I want to be here at a good time tonight. So, thank you all for hanging out. If you're not already on the VOD channel, make sure you check out the VOD channel and the Clip channel. They're both linked on my main YouTube channel. If you guys are on there already. Yeah. I don't know if I'll be playing Dark Souls anytime over the next few days, but we'll see. I just feel like right now I should really be focusing on this because there's an opportunity to PB again, so yeah, that's pretty much why we're hard grinding at the moment. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys, thank you. Raid. Let's hit up Hypno Shark, he's doing some Crash Team Racing. Thank you guys for hanging out. Really fun stream, a lot of engaging conversations. Helps me get through the shit that I have to do. So thank you. And hope you guys are entertained. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. Peace out.